Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Naar. The smoke and screams fade into the wind as we dispatch the last of the rebels. We save who and what we can, but today is a victory for us. As a few from my unit walk past, I notice them with their chest puffed out a little more than before. Prideful bastards showing off their new battle scars. I'm sure it will win them favor with the females later. Let's pack up and head back. I received cheers in response. Everyone was in such high spirits that our 10-mile track back didn't dampen the mood. Drinks are thrust into our hands as we enter the gate. I chug it, not caring that it spills down my neck and chest. The cool mead is slightly bitter, but delicious all the same. It would take a lot more to get me drunk. I slam the cup into the ground, watching it shatter. I join in with the chorus of cheers. It's time for my favorite part. I'm starving. The feast is ready, Commander, a female orc purrs. She hooks her arm into mine and leads me down the dirt road. I can't tell if she's taking me to the celebration or her bed from how she's eyeing me. Either option doesn't sound bad. We end at the Great Hall, and most of the settlement is here. She hands me a goblet of wine as I take my seat. The female takes a position on my lap. Her body is warm and she smells sweet. Freshly washed for me. I lift a lock of her hair and inhale the scent. My body stirs on its own accord. I'm sure I don't smell as pleasant, but it seems she's unfazed by it. If anything, it spurs her on. Those soft hands of hers rub over my sweaty and bloody skin. You're untouched, she smiles. Not even a scratch. I did jam my finger when I gouged out a rebel's eyes, I say. I lift my sword hand, smirking. The orc female takes my hand and presses a kiss to it. Better? You should kiss a little lower, an orc warrior says. His voice travels over the table, earning laughs from everyone nearby. I didn't want to impose. I smile. She leans in and smashes her lips into mine. I relish in it, meeting her intensity. Her hand pushes my face back and her grip tightens on my jaw. I welcome the thought, she whispers. I finish my drink in one gulp, not breaking the eye contact. A human female quickly fills my cup. Her clothing is inviting. It accentuates her curvy body. The human's eyes are bright and heavy with lust. Before I have time just to enjoy the view, another female orc catches my gaze. She seductively eats from her plate, making sure to suck each finger. My stomach growls and my pants become tight, like a seer reading my mind. A plate of steaming, succulent meat slides in front of me. It wasn't the only delectable thing I saw. Human females are becoming bolder by the day. Once afraid of us now, they yearn to be close in every way. Our hard work in building friendly relations pays off in the best ways. I made it myself, Commander, she says. Did you? I ask, taking a bite. It's juicy and well-seasoned. Very good, I say. The female orc on my lap pouts, and I pull her close. That frown melts, and a smile emerges as our tongues fight for dominance. I can't decide what tastes better. My plate and goblet fall to the floor as the table slides around. Soon we're doused with wine and mead. You knocked over our stuff, a warrior yells. I glance over at the orc's glare. His lap is empty, not even a female in sight. I recognize him. He's new. It's his first celebration as a warrior. The females will come for him later in the night, after all the higher ranks are dragged off to more secluded places. It's the way of the world, no matter where you go. The strong and influential males are chosen first. Most wouldn't dare to speak to a commander in such a way, but I encourage all of my men to speak their truth. If it ever results in a fight, I'm confident in my skills. Blood will always reign supreme, something that will stick with me. One of the many habits I won't break even if I'm no longer a rebel leader. Jealousy if I ever heard it, I laugh. The irritated faces at the table turn to glee. The orc female tugs me from my seat, and I grab my last piece of meat that had tumbled onto the table from my plate. I throw my arm over her shoulder and bid everyone good night. The settlement is lively, with most already drunk and talking loudly in the street. We head west to a small house. Inside, she moves from under my arm and lights a few candles before taking me to her bedroom. It smells of fresh-cut flowers and something sweet. I wait in the doorway as she disappears through another door. Water runs and she peeks her head out. I follow her inside. My clothes and weapons peel off and hit the floor. A bath is what I need. She dips her hand into the water and produces a sponge. I tilt my head back. "I'll be back in a minute," she says. I finish washing and close my eyes for a moment. 2 sets of footsteps catch my attention and I climb out of the tub. It is the female orc and the human that bought me my food. They're posed on the tiny bed, a wonderful surprise. "What is this?" "Whatever you desire," the human says. "I can't risk being seen here in the morning, so I go home. The streets are quieter now. Most have gone to enjoy some dessert themselves. Something off in the shadows sticks out. It is a human female walking through the gate. The patrols are lighter tonight, so everyone can have a chance to take part in the celebration. What's she doing? My eyes narrow as I change direction and follow her out.
Chapter 2. Meredith. Laughter and merriment still drift over the base. Although more subdued than before, the odd ring of laughter and the raucous groans of couples who have wandered off together permeate the air. I can't stand it any longer. So many have so much to celebrate. I should be pleased that the rebel orcs have been disbanded. I should be grateful to the fighters in the base who fought them off. They deserve to let loose and have some fun. I should feel happy for them. I suppose I would be if it weren't for the loss of my parents. All battles come with a price. I am finally free from the rebels, but my parents were sacrificed in the chaos and violence, along with my brother some time ago. None of the orcs or people here will miss them. They have become nameless faces in a sea of death and decay. And somehow I am still here. Of all the days I could have gone foraging, I had picked the day when the rebel orcs were finally disbanded. Survival has left a sour taste in my mouth. I keep out of the lamplight, being careful to walk in the shadows and towards the base exit. My feet scurry over the dry earth, but it is as if they are not attached to my body. Everything feels detached somehow, numb and hollow. I shrink back against a rough, dry wall as 2 patrol orcs round the corner. They are fully armoured with weapons at their side, but they are laughing between themselves at an inside joke, clearly a little drunk and worse for wear. That's what I was counting on. I keep my body still, hardly daring to breathe, but they sidle past without so much as a glance in my direction. As soon as they are a good few feet away, I press on. The patrol guard for the evening is severely lax. For tonight at least it works to my advantage, but I can't help biting my lip in worry. Rebel orcs usually attack without warning, and with no mercy, and they are not the only danger that lurks outside of these walls. If the base were to be attacked now, they would all be too drunk and taken by surprise to raise arms. I shake off the concern. Hopefully I won't live long enough to care about the consequences of their actions. A small stab of disgust and shame rips through me. How I wish I had the courage to end everything. There is nothing left for me to live for. I have no family, no friends, and no future. So why is it so hard for me to bring a blade to my throat? Why can't I hang myself from the nearest tree and end everything quickly? Because I'm a coward. Because I could have joined my loved ones in the afterlife by now, but instead I am skulking through an orc base like a thief in the night. I'm almost clear. There are only 2 patrol guards at the gates. One of them has fallen asleep in a drunken stupor, his mouth hanging open slack while snoring for all the gods to hear. The other is flirting obscenely with a human girl. One of her legs is lifted up to drape around the bulk of his body. He cradles her thigh appreciatively in his big hands, the smile on his face deliriously stupid. It doesn't take much to sneak past them. As soon as I'm clear of the gates, I pick up my feet and run with all my might, not daring to look back and see if anyone is following me. Only when I near the clearing of the woods do I start to slow my pace. With my hands on my knees and breathing heavily, I risk a look back. I needn't have worried. The flirting guard has progressed to sticking his tongue down the willing girl's throat, who claws at his broad shoulders ravenously. I can't help but give a small smile. Even if I can't enjoy the victory, it's only fair that others can. It's a relief to be away from the prying eyes and sideway glances of those wondering why I'm not happier to be freed. Even if I tried to explain my loss, they wouldn't understand. I shouldn't expect them to. Without me, they're bringing the mood down. They can finally enjoy their freedom to their heart's content. I was right to come out to the woods. It's better this way. The dense press of trees loom ahead of me, dark and oppressive. A twig snaps underfoot and rustles the leaves with every step I take further into the woods. After the noise of the bass, the silence here is stifling. I can hear my own heart beating in my ears and the raspy exhale of my breath. From this distance, the orcs are but a speck in the distance. Occasionally, an uproar of abrasive laughter travels the space to where I'm standing, but with each step it fades like a distant memory. If I can't hear them, that means they can't hear me. Being this far away from any protection is extremely dangerous at the best of times, but tonight I can't bring myself to care. I would eventually crack under the weight of my own grief in that settlement. I needed to set free the heavy gnawing in my stomach without judgment from any onlooker. I walk a little further until the silence threatens to consume me. In the quiet, my mind can finally become still. Sure enough, as happens when I try to sleep at night, my brother's face appears before me, grinning mischievously and laughing so hard it makes the freckles on his nose dance. Following him are the spectral shadows of mother and father, their posture more composed and dignified, despite the degradation of their circumstances. The tears brimming in my eyes make blurry shadows of the trees around me. Father looks amused yet calm. That's how I best remember him, quietly observing my brother's antics through a withering look down the bridge of his nose, before shaking his head in mock disapproval. Mother had worried too much. Her face was set in a perpetual frown of anxiety and concern that we never ate enough or drank enough water, concern that we didn't sleep enough or wake early enough. I let out a bitter laugh into the night. In the end, she was right to worry. The injustice of their fate, that they were ripped away from me too soon, sears the back of my throat. A rage that is equal parts helplessness and self-hatred starts to churn in my gut. It's not fair. Nothing is fair. They didn't deserve it, I cry out in anguish. The scream that rips open from my throat sounds more animal than human. I wail into the night, allowing the hurt and pain that has dragged me into the deepest pits of despair to finally find some release. My throat is on fire. My lungs are burning. I don't care. I keep howling at the moon, screeching wildly. A small part of me wants to be found by some horrendous orc or half-starved predator. That part wants to be ripped limb from limb until nothing is left but the echoes of my last screams. It should have been me, I whimper. But even I know that the part of myself that wants to die isn't nearly big enough. My scream turns into a real cry of panic, when a burly fist wraps itself around my mouth. Another arm, strong and ferocious in its grip, wraps itself around my waist so that I can't run away. I close my eyes, waiting for the end. The onlooking stars have granted my wish. Instead of death, a raspy, deep voice greets me. "Are you insane? Or are you trying to give us away to the enemy?" His grip tightens. "Either way, by the time I'm done with you, you'll wish you had never been born." My eyes widen in horror. Oh, if only he knew.
Chapter 3. Naar. I follow her steadily through the trees, making sure to match her movements so she can't hear my footsteps out of sync with her own. Once or twice she looks back to the base, her eyes wide and on high alert. The first time she looks back, I have to drop to my belly quickly, using the long grasses to hide my body. The second time I am ready for her and manage to shield my frame behind a particularly strong, wide trunk. I have followed her all the way from the base settlement, and I still can't figure out what she is doing here. A lot of the guards are already caught up in the celebrations, but I wasn't stupid enough not to send out scouts into the surrounding areas. Any enemies that may stumble our way are leagues away from the base. At best, they would arrive mid-afternoon tomorrow. So, if this girl has any intention of consorting with the enemy, then I'm having a hard time understanding how. It's a shame she's up to no good. She is exactly my type. Long, lithe limbs that are bronzed with a golden tan. Blonde tresses that flow freely down her back, and from what I could make out in the moonlight, she possesses startling big blue eyes, not to mention the amount of ample curves that grace her feminine frame. I have an appetite for all sorts of women and female orcs, but this particular girl brings an excitement to my muscles as I crouch behind a tree, ready to pounce. When the hem of her tunic rides up to reveal the smooth, firm skin of her upper thigh, I have to remind myself why I'm here and who she is. A traitor. There's no other reason to be out here. For all intents and purposes, she should be free from the rebel orcs. Why isn't she back at the base celebrating? Why has she come out to the middle of the woods in the dead of night? Nothing good can come from her actions. I'm prepared for an ambush, a secret alliance meeting, or even a little scuffle, maybe. What I'm not prepared for is the horrendous, gut-wrenching screech that pierces the night air. I instinctively throw my hands over my ears before realizing how stupid that is. Her hands are clenched into fists at her side, her head is thrown back, and her back arched as she continues to scream like she is releasing a demon from her unwilling body. For a moment I am dumbfounded, but the shock passes and I pull myself together. There are no enemies nearby for her to scream to. At least none that I know of. What if my scout hadn't done a thorough enough job? What if she is screaming a signal for an ambush? Enough questions in my own head. I come out from around my hiding place, lunging toward her with an outstretched hand that quickly clamps its way over her mouth. Are you insane? Or are you trying to give us away to the enemy? My grip tightens. Either way, by the time I'm done with you, you'll wish you had never been born. It is almost too easy. In her screaming outburst, she hasn't even heard me approach. Her hands are clawing at my fingers, pressed into her mouth, but they might as well be the attempts of a child. No enemy will hear, I whisper menacingly into her ear. I don't know if you're mad or a traitor, but either way, by the time I'm finished with you, you will wish you hadn't been born. Her body stills then. Despite my irritation, I can't help but feel how nice her curves fit into the cup of my hands. Her hair smells like wildflowers and the faint aroma of wood smoke. I hold her against me more tightly. Confess now, and it will be easier for you. Are you a traitor? I ask. She shakes her head as vigorously as she can against my hold. It's not long before she's trying to prise my fingers away from her mouth again. The movements are as strong as they were before, and I narrow my eyes at the feel of her head going limp. I realize with a start that I'm suffocating her. I'm so used to fighting and manhandling other orcs that I forget how fragile humans are. I take a quick look at my surroundings, making sure there is no one else around but releasing my grip and letting her go. She almost falls forward, but stumbles at the last minute and catches her feet. She leans over at the waist, taking in huge lungfuls of air before turning her head up in my direction to give a deadly look. "What is wrong with you? Why did you do that?" she pants, her chest heaving with the effort. Now that I can see her full face, I can say she is definitely my type. I take my time scanning my eyes up and down her body, enjoying the shape of her, and come to rest my eyes on her alluring face. She's beautiful. But it's more than that. There is something behind her eyes that would make anyone stop and pay attention. It's as if all the beauty and secrets of the world are trapped behind those startling blue spheres. There is also sadness lurking there, etched into the tear-stained rim near her eyelashes. She's directing those eyes at me with pure venom in her expression. I'm not worried. I am much stronger and faster than her. She can't fight me. And if she tries to run away, I can easily catch up to her. She seems to come to the same understanding as she suddenly stands a little straighter and taller, trying in vain to make herself appear bigger than she actually is. It's almost cute. "I haven't done anything wrong," she asserts, squaring her shoulders and looking me unwaveringly in the eyes. "You can't condemn me for walking in the woods." "I'm not going to condemn you for walking in the woods," I say, the words almost coming out as a caress. "But I will condemn you for breaking curfew, for possibly trying to attract enemy alliances with your infernal caterwauling. And the worst of all..." I let my gaze linger over the exposed skin protruding out of the bunched-up fabric of her tunic. For looking ridiculously appealing in those little garments. Covering up is definitely a crime in your case. Her eyes flash with anger before I see her overcome her impulse to give me a scathing retort. Instead, she turns on her heels, running headlong into the trees. She's quicker than I thought, but not nearly quick enough. I soon catch up with her, flinging one arm around her waist so that she lurches back into my body. I take her roughly in my arms and place her firmly over my shoulder. She weighs hardly anything at all. It will be easy keeping her restrained on the way back to the base. "How dare you!" she squeals, wriggling her legs against my hold. "Release me this instant! You have no right to haul me about like a sack of grain." All her wriggling accomplishes is bringing my already lavish attention to the round jiggle of her lovely behind. It really is quite lovely. I give it a good firm smack, not too hard but enough that she gives out a little yelp before clamping her mouth shut. "That's enough noise from you for one evening," I say, planting one more pat on those firm cheeks for good measure. "Save your voice for your defense when we get back to the base." "My defense?" she asks in a small voice. If she wasn't a traitor, I would find it adorable. "That's right," I tell her firmly. "And if you stop wiggling so much on the way back, I might be able to make things a little easier for you." After that, I hear the occasional grunt and huff of frustration, but otherwise she complies to my rules. I take a side glance at those sweet round cheeks and run my hand down the length of her leg. What a shame. Such a waste.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 4. Meredith. The speed with which he picks me up and flings me over his shoulder punches the breath out of my lungs. I hadn't even had time to react or attempt to run away. Not that I think I could have. He seems impossibly strong and is evidently much faster than I am. But that doesn't mean I'll make it easier for him. My fists pound against the hard muscles that ripple under the smooth, dark expanse of skin on his back. "How dare you! Release me this instant! You have no right to haul me about like a sack of grey Naar." I let out a muted scream as the large flat pad of his palm comes down hard upon the fleshy meat of my backside with a thwack. "That's enough noise from you for one evening," he orders. Maybe it is in my imagination, but is he stifling a laugh? "Save your voice for your defence when we get back to the base." "My defence?" I force out. "That's right," he tells me, taking long strides that show he clearly has no intentions of putting me down. "And if you stop wiggling so much on the way back, I might be able to make things a little easier for you." Thwack. The sting that follows a second later makes me clench my teeth together and hiss air out from between my lips. I lift my head, trying to look beyond the obstacle of my own arse to check the direction in which we're going. We're heading straight back for the base. Well, at least it doesn't appear as though he's a rebel orc. If he was a rebel, I would probably be used and dead by now, I realise bitterly. Just like my brother and parents. As we near the gates, the orc carrying me doesn't slow his pace or lower me to the ground to walk through the base. No, this brute fully intends to carry me through a mass of orcs and people arse first. I try to reach my hand around so that I can at least lower my tunic to cover more of my behind and the top of my legs. All that gets me is another smack that smarts against my already raw skin. People may be drunk from the celebration, but I can already hear questioning voices drifting through the air, coming outside to see what all the commotion is about. The guards on the gate are the first to witness my humiliation. "Commander Naar!" they bark authoritatively. The orc carrying me grunts a reply and keeps walking. When I lift my head, I see both standing absolutely straight as rods, weapons held with precision at their sides, their faces impassive and staring straight ahead. Where is the drunken revelry and flirting with human girls from earlier? Where was their discipline when I had snuck out the gate? Commander Naar? The name and title of the orc carrying me doesn't seem familiar, but then why would it? I hardly know anything about this strange place. I have been thrust from one life into another without anyone asking how I feel about it. Either way, I get the impression that he may be someone important, which is just fantastic. Other people are starting to appear out of dwellings and other places of congregation. Women, both human and orc alike, are muttering behind their hands, stifling their giggles or judgment. Or both. Only a few seem even remotely concerned on my behalf. The rush of heat to my face is probably turning my cheeks a burning red that has nothing to do with being held upside down. "You," I say, lifting my head and pointing to another male orc nearby. "Tell this orc to release me at once. I am not some mind of war prize or reward for a battle well fought. This is barbaric," I scream, beating my fists against his broad back in indignation. "She's a traitor on her way to an interrogation," says the orc, carrying me in a bored voice to the crowd that had started to gather. "All of you go home." He sweeps his hand in a dismissive notion. Some of them do as they're bid. Others are enjoying the show a little too much. I whip my head around to speak to the back of his head. "Why on earth would you think that?" I ask, utterly puzzled. All I was doing was letting out a little frustration. "A little?" he says with a scoff. "You were howling like a warg during the full moon." "Yes, well, some of us have more burdens to bear," I say, attempting to fling my long hair out of my face. "The point is, we have both been hurt by the same rebels. We are on the same side, you utter buffoon." "We'll see about that." My head swings back and my eyes widen. At this point, a bigger crowd has gathered to take in the spectacle of a human girl and her arse leading the way, no doubt brought here by my loud protests and denials. Damn it. Without warning, the orc Naar comes to an abrupt halt, jarring my stomach into his shoulder as I lurch forward. The low grumble of his voice vibrates through the parts of my body that are in contact with him. "Move aside, human," he commands. Everything about his tone of voice suggests he is someone to be obeyed, I twist my body, trying to look around so I can glimpse the brave individual attempting to obstruct someone who is larger than even most orcs. It's a small human woman, middle-aged, with a tattered shawl draped over her head and around her shoulders. She looks so small and timid compared to the bulk of the orc carrying me. She stands alone on the pathway, her head held high despite the look of anxiety etched into her face. "Please, Commander Naar, maybe this has been a mistake." She seems barely more than a girl. She's young, and some of the humans who lived under the rebels have lost so much already. "Well, that will be for me to determine, not you," replies Naar, his voice unwavering but not cruel. A few human men join the woman's side, albeit tentatively. "Maybe it's not what you think, Commander." Naar gives a loud, impatient huff. This woman was caught red-handed outside of the base, screaming her lungs out to gods know who. We are not without enemies, and any orc or human leaving the base is immediately under suspicion, especially if it has been prohibited. They have nothing to say to that. They shuffle their feet, their eyes shifting back and forth over the ground before reluctantly parting to let us through. "No!" I scream, renewing my efforts to wriggle free. "It's not true, I'm innocent!" Thwack. Everyone sees him hit me this time. Their faces are full of pity. They look away almost instantly, as if trying to distance themselves from my shame. Angry tears well up in my eyes. Well, at least now there was at least one thing to live for. Eventually I would get revenge on the orc commander Naar.
Chapter 5. Naar. I let her down with a soft thump as her backside hits the soft pile of straw scattered over the prison cells. Even here, being detained in a prison cell, she still keeps up a hearty stream of insults and complaints that are all spat in my direction. "Are you a small orc with limited power? Is that it?" she asks, scrambling to her feet but not quite quick enough. The cell door shuts with a clang before she can get to me. "You think bullying me and throwing me around will make you feel better?" I fiddle mindlessly with the pile of keys in my hand. Which one was it again? Ah, yes. I place the key into the lock, turning and fastening the latch closed. I give the door a final tug to make sure that it's nice and secured before giving her a wink through the bars. It has exactly the effect I was hoping for. "Do you think this is a joke? Do you think this is even remotely funny?" she yells to my retreating back, her hands grasped around the cell bars and attempting to shake them. "You'll be sorry you did this." I'm already at the door to the prison entrance. Her cries and complaints grow more dim as I climb the steps that will lead me back outside. She throws in a last attempt to insult my feelings. "I can see what kind of orc you are. Most likely you have been cursed with the smallest The prison door slams shut with a hearty thud. I breathe in deeply, enjoying the still early air, and let out a whistle or two. It's not quite dawn. The whole base is still shrouded in darkness, but the first drops of morning dew are starting to fringe the grasses and crops of flowers here and there. The chieftain won't be up for at least another 2 hours. No matter. I can wait. I stretch out on the bench just outside the door, arms draped up and over my head on the armrest behind me, and whistle a few tunes in response to some of the first trills of birdsong. Occasionally, the whistles of the birds harmonize with the renewed shrieks coming from the lower level of the prison cell. She certainly has a good pair of lungs. By the time the chieftain arrives, the sun is already well into the sky, promising another day of constant and unrelenting heat. Peddlers of various wares and items for sale bustle through the streets while tendrils of smoke from the morning fires drift into the air. Bakers yell out to potential customers passing by. Their voices cry out a jovial haggle in return. All in all, life is good at the base. Most people do well for themselves. Although I wouldn't have guessed it, judging by the look on the chieftain's face. Despite not getting here until well into the morning, he already looks tired from a hard day's work. "Where is she?" he asks, resignedly. I jerk my head in the direction of the prison and open the heavy wooden door so that he may enter first. Now she's quiet. Unbelievable. As we get closer to the cell, I can make out bright red rings that circle her eyes. She gives a few pitiful sniffles. She must have had time to do some crying in between all the screaming. Seeing her face streaked with tears sends an uncomfortable pang through my stomach. I swallow the feeling down as hard as lead. I can't regret my decision, no matter how pathetic she looks. Even if I don't know exactly what she's planning, I know she is guilty of something. "This is the girl?" asks Chieftain Loki. I nod. "She was caught slipping out of the base last night after the celebrations," I explain with a calm and even voice, my hands held behind my back. "I followed her into the woods. When she thought she was alone, she began screaming quite violently, I assume to signal the enemy." The chieftain looks at the girl and finally comes back to me with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Is that it?" I blanch a little at the question. "We had only just returned from disbanding a rebel group," I explain. "They are an undisciplined band of fighters, and it is not unreasonable to assume any one of them might seek rash and ill-considered retribution." The girl takes her moment to interrupt. "I swear that wasn't why I was out there. I already told you why I was out there. Have you got cloth in your ears?" Before I can reply, the chieftain speaks up. "Enlighten me, why don't you, young lady?" asks the chieftain. Her mouth bobs open before quickly closing again, and open again, like a fish. Clearly she had expected more resistance from him. "Well, her cheeks start to blush. "I needed to go somewhere where there wasn't so much celebration." She looks down sheepishly to the floor. "I only wanted to find some space for myself, to let go of some of my frustration." She looks up with fresh tears in her eyes, and the chieftain heaves a heavy sigh. "Commander Naar, a word, please." I follow him back up the steps and outside. He immediately turns to me with a look of impatience, and I raise my eyebrows in surprise. "You can't keep her locked up for screaming like a lunatic in the woods." He runs a hand down the tired, drawn features of his face. "You have to let her go." Now it was my turn to bob my mouth like a fish. "Chieftain Loki, surely she at least needs to be investigated. She was caught sneaking out of the base when it was expressly forbidden." "Yes, and half of your patrol guards were passed out drunk on duty. If security wasn't so lax, she wouldn't have gotten out." I purse my lips. Chieftain Loki knows as well as I do that the orcs by my side have fought long and hard to keep back the threat of the rebel hordes. They deserved a night to blow off steam. The chieftain sighs again, this time in resignation more than impatience. "Humans are different from orcs, Naar. They process their emotions differently." He raises a robust arm to grasp my shoulder. I sincerely doubt there is anything more sinister going on here. His gaze softens, and it's not one I'm used to seeing on an orc's face, though I do know that the chieftain has taken a human mate. Maybe it's made him too lenient. I recognize this girl. She was one of the humans brought back from the rebel camp. It doesn't make sense that she would help them. He squeezes my shoulder to drive home the point. She will be given a light punishment for evading patrol, but that's as far as this goes. You will release her at once. I give a curt nod. I strongly disagree, but I'm well trained and I know how to follow orders. For now. When I walk back into the prison, the girl's eyes are wide with fear, waiting for a verdict. I say nothing. I merely bring out the pile of keys and slot the right one into place in the lock. With a couple of turns, the cell door creaks open. I make a grand gesture with a sweep of my arm from her cell all the way through to the prison entrance, indicating she is free to go. At first, she is unsure, as if she thinks it is a trap. When I don't move, she flings her chin up with a small huff and straightens her back. She charges out of the cell without a second glance, her haughty expression lifted to the sky. I rein in my anger. She may have the upper hand now, but sooner or later I will have her back in this cell and be able to wipe that smug expression off her face. Whatever she's up to, I will find out what it is. No traitor gets through my clutches, not even one as pretty as her.
Chapter 6. Meredith. I can't say I'm not shocked when he opens the cell door wide to let me go. At first I hesitated, searching his face for any signs of cunning or treachery. I wouldn't put it past an orc like him to make a further joke out of me. But he merely gestures to the prison exit, his eyes attempting to look at ease. But if I'm not mistaken, I feel a cold fury burning behind his polite smile. Maybe the chieftain had said something. Maybe he had advocated for me. I shake myself, almost laughing at my own foolishness. He has no idea who I am, and I'm sure he wouldn't care if he did. All that concerns me now is if this offer to leave is a sincere one. I'm not going to waste any more time finding out in case he changes his mind. Despite having been paraded through the streets only last night with my arse flung up into the air for all to see, I lift my chin high and I stand proud. I'll be damned if this orc is going to get one more helpless tear out of me. I refuse to walk out of here like the guilty traitor he clearly thinks I am. I walk briskly to the door and I don't look back. Out on the street, I make my way hurriedly past market stalls selling everything from fresh produce to trinkets and treasures. I round a corner sharply, not stopping to apologise when an orc coming the other way nearly drops the boxes he is carrying in order to avoid colliding with me. He shakes his fists half-heartedly as I surge ahead, not daring to stop until I know I am finally safe. I stop with a jolt. A woman behind me curses profusely, but I don't care. For the first time since leaving the prison, I look back. A tingly sensation runs up my spine, and I half expect Commander Naar to be not far behind, leering at me. There is nothing but the angry woman who now walks around me and the hustle and bustle of daily life in the base. I had stopped walking the moment it hit me. I could go anywhere in this camp, anywhere at all, but I will never be absolutely sure that I am safe. I used to believe that, but not anymore. The world is a different place to me now that my parents have died. I go to the only place I know that might make me feel even a fraction more secure and safe. I open the gate that leads to my quarters, and only when I am off the street does the exertion of the night before fully hit me. I had been so angry at that damn orc, so vexed that it had given me a small reprieve from the horror and overwhelming sadness that I had initially been running away from. Now that I am home, alone amongst the silence of my small dwelling, the emotions I had tried to avoid come screaming back to me. Sadness, fear, loss, and the overwhelming need to fall asleep and never wake up consumes me. I fling myself down onto my small bed, my limbs as heavy as lead, and try to remember when my bed sheets had ever felt so soft. Something niggles at the corner of my mind until my eyes scratch their way back open. Commander Naar, I whisper his name with seething anger. That arrogant, pompous, entitled, great bloody oaf. The audacity of that orc parading me through the streets like I was some cattle going to market brings a fresh blush of red to my cheeks. It was completely unnecessary. He was obviously drugged on power. I toss and turn, sighing with frustration. Every time I close my eyes, the dark tan of his muscled shoulder, firm under the pounding of my fists, comes to the surface. How would my brother have dealt with someone like him? What would my father tell me to do? They would be smarter than I am acting, that's for sure. I may not be as strong as he is, or as fast in my body, but I have always been complimented on my quick mind. Me and my brother together were quite the handful when we were younger. Yes, I will get revenge for the humiliation he put me through, but I will do it carefully, all in good time. Coming to a resolution about how to deal with the commander finally allows my body to sink back into the soft mattress. My eyes flutter open. I must have slept for a good few hours. The way the light angles through my windows and casts shadows tells me it is well past morning. I'm by no means well rested, but I still have to eat. I secure the apron over my tunic, followed by pinning my hair back under a scarf used to keep the stray flyaways out of my face while I work. I pick up my weaved basket, packed with a few small sandwiches, an apple, and a container of water, and head out into the bright sunlight. I look up at the sky, craning my neck and holding my hand up to shield the worst of the glare. It's well past noon. The crop fields are only a short distance from my dwelling. I cut through a few side streets, having taught myself the lay of the land as soon as I had arrived. The crops that were planted earlier in the year have yielded a most impressive bounty. When I had first come to investigate the land that surrounded the base, used for growing plants and crops, I had expected to find something more similar to the land that had been worked at the rebel camp. The rebel orcs were not nearly as organised as when they first began. Listening in on drunk conversations over fire pits at night had allowed me to glean a snippet of useful information. They had lost important leadership, and as such were having difficulty to pull ranks. Who on earth could create such chaos merely from their absence? I'm not sure I want to know. In any case, it meant the crop harvests were rather pitiful and were rarely distributed fairly. Here it is a different story. Crops bear endless supplies of vegetation. The fields are organised and lined into neat rows according to the types of crop and ploughed by ascribed workers. There is always enough work for everyone, and people very rarely go hungry. The work is back-breaking at times, but at least it is honest. The wind sweeps the tendrils of hair that have managed to escape my scarf, and I take a moment to breathe in the fresh air. It might be a menial job to some, but working the soil has never failed to bring me a small measure of peace. I start walking towards my designated patch of crop, ready to lose myself in the repetitive and calming motions of tilling the soil, when a few shrieks ring out on the afternoon air to my left. 3 girls, newly made friends I suppose you could say, make their way over to me from across the field. As they draw closer, I see the relief, plain and stark on their faces, knowing that I am okay. "Meredith," they cry as they come closer, "we didn't know if you'd make it today." They insist on hearing everything that happened from the night before. At first I blush, embarrassed that word had spread so easily, but it shouldn't come as a surprise. Commander Naar, escorting an unwilling human girl through the base on the bulk of his shoulders, was juicy gossip to most who only had hard labour to keep them busy. I make sure to include every nasty detail of Commander Naar, resentment practically dripping from my tongue with every word. And honestly, I feel all the better for it. I work through the afternoon and well into the evening. I only stop twice. The first time I eat the small lunch from my basket, and the second time I rub at my eyes to check they are working properly. Leaning languidly against a tree as if he didn't have a care in the world, Commander Naar examines me down the bridge of his nose as I work the soil. How long has he been there? And how did he know I was here? The answer comes to me quickly enough. I throw down my shovel with an angry grunt and rise to my feet, my hands planted firmly on my hips. I shout to him across the small expanse of field between us. "You better have a good reason for following me this time, Commander Naar."
Chapter 7. Naar. I give the girl Meredith, I learned as I investigated her earlier, a small smirk and disappear into the tree line. I don't want her confrontation. I'm here to merely observe. After a few seconds of staring at the space where my body disappeared, she huffs and shakes her head. To my surprise, she turns back to the fields. It's already late in the afternoon when I emerge from my perch again, following after the human as she leaves her assignment. I'm more careful this time as she is clearly more observant than I gave her credit for. After work, she slinks to the kitchens. Her blue eyes are red and swollen, with dark bags beneath them. Does she feel guilt? Or does she lose sleep in order to communicate with our enemies? I'll have to watch her closely in order to find out. "Commander," the cook places my assigned meat on my tray. "Are you well?" I grunt. I'll take that as a maybe. I have no time for small talk. I keep my head ducked down as I walk, peering at Meredith from the corner of my eye. There are several seats available. Dinner service is almost finished for the night. I expect her to sit with the other humans, but she passes by several open tables and walks toward the back of the dining hall. Meredith slinks to a far table and sits alone. Humans are supposed to be sociable creatures, but she sticks to herself, even as others greet her with tentative smiles. She glares into her soup more than eats it. I sit on the far end of the hall where I can see her easily. Whenever she looks up, I look away. But she doesn't look up often. "Naar, my friend." Vala slaps my back in good cheer. "Did I tell you of our recent excavation?" I bite back a groan. No, Vala means well, but he is fascinated by human traditions and culture. That would be fine. I do not resent a man for his hobbies. Unfortunately, Vala likes to share his knowledge. If I am not careful, his blather will send me into a deep sleep at this very table before I can learn more about our human traders' nightly habits. I do not wish to talk. Excellent. I could use a pair of ears instead. Vala takes this as an invitation to yammer in my ears about ancient, inane human creations. My eyes glaze over. Meredith pushes her soup away suddenly and marches toward the door. I'm grateful for it, because Vala has begun lecturing about human plumbing techniques. I wish I had a pipe available now so that I might break his jaw for relief. I walk away from him mid-sentence and grab a roll from his tray as I go. Hey! What will he do, challenge me to a duel? I will shove his pretentious glasses so far inside his eyes he'll wish he'd been born human. Our clan has plenty of bread, and the cook is not stingy. Besides, I need my strength. Meredith is fast, as humans are. She turns a corner toward her home, out of my sight, and I have to walk briskly in order to keep pace behind her. One moment I am turning the corner, and the next, the ground is slamming into my back. Adrenaline bursts through my body, and I prepare to rip off the animal's head that dares attack me from a tree. But it's not a mountain lion or bear. It's the human. She shrieks in rage, not unlike a wildcat. Her small legs bracket my own. It would take no force at all to pluck her off of me. But the shock of her attack leaves me frozen. Had she jumped at me from a tree? Why is she patting my hair? Is this an attack, or a bizarre mating ritual? I should have listened more to Vala's ramblings, but I suspect even he would not know what to make of this odd human. It takes me a moment to realize that she's trying to pull the hair out of my head. How? She's pulling the hair from my head! I roar in disbelief, and she leaps for me immediately, arms protecting her face. Are you insane? What does she think her puny arms will do if I decide to attack? I pat my hair back into place with no small amount of annoyance. It had taken an hour to tie it into a long, even braid. You can't take an orc by surprise. What if I'd been armed, or if I punched you? You wouldn't have a head. Am I insane? Her eyes are wide. Me? What do you think I thought you were doing? Stalking me at night like this. You've been following me all day. I could have killed you. I snap. Fear is cold in my heart, and it bursts out of me as rage instead. Rage at myself. I've become so fixated on her that an animal could have taken me out. I've never lost control like this before. Yes! She crosses her arms in front of her, appearing suddenly fragile. Yes, you could have. Do you think I'm not aware of what an orc can do to a human? Why else would you be stalking me like prey at night? I'm protecting the base. From me! Meredith gestures at the empty paved trail. Have you seen any enemies lately? Have I sabotaged anything or hurt anyone? You heard me. The answer is petulant, but I'm forced to reconsider what I've done. Am I being overly paranoid? She's had all day to harm our clan, and if she really were aligned with the enemy, now would be the time to strike before I uncover more of her misdeeds. And I'll do it again! Her voice wavers on the threat, and alarmingly I realize she's close to tears. You've ruined my life. I've been jailed and interrogated and stared at like some kind of... all because I needed time alone in the woods. I just needed 5 minutes to myself, and the payment for that is what? An eternity of suspicion? A stalker? Tell me, can I relieve myself in private, or will you be there too, lurking in the bushes? I might have been a tad overzealous. Her voice, choked with pain, convinces me more than any of her actions that she might be innocent. The thought that I have caused her suffering like this is a difficult elixir to swallow. I'm not often wrong. I heave a heavy sigh. The gears in my mind often grind slow, and they're in motion now. She had acted suspiciously, shouting into the night. But perhaps I might have asked her to explain herself first, before I hauled her in for an official interrogation. Haven't I needed to scream alone in the night after a battle takes my men? I recognize the grief in her voice, and it tears apart any arguments I might have had in favor of her guilt. I don't understand humans, but I understand sadness so strong it becomes pain. I think I might be wrong now. All I wanted to do was to protect our clan, but my actions are often rash. I didn't think things through as usual, and now I have hurt someone who was already hurting. I'm sorry. I force the words out with no small degree of frustration. But it must be said. My chest lightens as the words leave me, and I stand a bit straighter. Meredith blinks at me, and her jaw drops. I pat my head to ensure I haven't sprouted another one, given her shocked expression. Is there a spider on my head or something? My scalp tingles where she pulled my hair, and I flick at my head just to make sure. Wolf spiders, large as an orc's face, like to hunt at night. They are mostly harmless, but I would prefer they remain mostly harmless amongst the woods and bushes instead of atop my skull. What did you just say? Is her hearing damaged? Is that why she was yelling in the woods? Perhaps she had no idea how loud her voice was. I raised my own voice so that she might hear me better. Is there a spider? No. She shakes her head. Before. Did you just apologize?
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 8. Meredith. I blink my eyes rapidly a few times before the words seem to settle in. Did I hear him right? I have tensed my whole body, waiting for a fresh onslaught of criticism, insults, and humiliating jibes at my expense. This is completely unexpected. I have nowhere to direct the energy that now radiates through my arms and legs and whips up the length of my spine. I stand tall, fidgeting a little, my fingers unfurling and clenching into fists repeatedly. In all honesty, I feel a bit stupid. He wasn't supposed to be so charming and sincere. I can't reconcile an apology with the man that had traipsed me through the settlement with my arse protruding in the air for all the world to see. His apology and the look of remorse in his eyes is all too sudden for me to accept. So I won't. I cross my arms over my chest, huffing loudly and tapping my foot against the ground so he understands exactly how much of my time he is wasting. Hollow words that I don't believe for 1 minute, I say, tossing my hair over my shoulder and lifting my chin. Do not insult my intelligence with false words. Now it is his turn to look confused. He blinks a few times, his brows knitting closer together with every second. I mean it, he says, and God's damn it, he really does look like he means it. It was wrong to do that. Can you not accept my apology? Even potential traitors deserve dignity before being proven innocent. Maybe I am mistaken, but is there a slight curve at the corner of his mouth? Is he laughing at me? Usually I am the type to forgive easily, to my own detriment at times. But something about the way he stands there, all tall and confident and sincere, just like when he paraded me through the streets, once again he has the upper hand. Even if this time he occupies the moral high ground, my pride won't allow him to walk away having won the fight. As a matter of fact, I do not accept your apology, I say, huffing out my chest. What you did to me was awful, and you did it without any reasonable proof that I was guilty, I say, my voice rising as I stamp a foot into the ground in frustration. I suppose that means that forgiveness is off the table for now, he sneers, a small dimple appearing in the crook of his cheek as he smiles. I hate that dimple. I shake my head at him, my eyes wide. You are unbelievable. Thank you, he replies. Another dimple appears on his other cheek as his mouth spreads into a full grin. He really is beyond reasoning with. I turn on my heel, heading back in the direction of my dwelling, leaving a trail of dust that rises in my wake. In no time at all, he is in front of me, walking backwards as my own feet step forward. If you want me to spank you again, all you have to do is ask, he taunts. Maybe that's what this is about. Maybe you liked it. I stop dead in my tracks, my eyes burning into his, which glitter with amusement. I keep my voice as calm as physically possible. I don't know how it was ever possible that you earned the rank of commander in this camp, but let me be quite clear. I step closer towards him. Part of me expected him to back down, but instead he stays rooted to the spot. And now our bodies are uncomfortably close, only a few inches apart. It's too late to back down now. He smells like sandalwood and pine sap. If you keep bothering me, I will have no choice but to part you from the rest of your hair. I'm not sure what I expected, but it wasn't his laughter. He tilts his head back, big lungfuls of mirth racking his body. His laughter is rich and thick. When he looks back down at me, his chest expands outward, to the point that it casts me in shadow, blocking out the sun. If anyone else said that to me, I would be tempted to part not just their hair, but their head from their body. But when you do it, his front teeth bite down on his bottom lip. It's very exciting. He pushes my chest lightly with a forefinger. Do it again. I brush off his touch with an angry sweep of my arm, trying to push down the ripple that had fluttered out from my lower belly. I stomp away, my arms powered up into fists that sway in time to my steps. Wait, he calls from behind me. We're only just getting started. I push on, his laughter ringing more faintly in my ears with every step I take away from him. As soon as I am back at my dwelling, I slam the door closed, throwing my basket down onto a chair. I try to sit down but quickly stand up again. I start pacing the room, my hands still clenched into fists as I mutter under my breath. How dare he? The nerve! I stop myself, trying to calm my breathing with steadying breaths. I close my eyes and try to focus on the cool breeze coming through the window and the smell of drying herbs hanging from the rafters. This is exactly what he wants. He wants to get under my skin. He wants to take up space in my head for free. Well, that's not going to happen, I say out loud into the empty room. The light is fading fast, but I'm nowhere near ready to sleep. I make sure the room is well lit before taking the crops I had picked earlier today and placing them in my sink to rinse. Then I take my mortar and pestle to a combination of the dried herbs that are ready to be stored. I allow my muscles to grind down into the hard resistance of the stone, visibly shaking my head as soon as the mental image of Commander Naar's muscles rippling in the sun penetrates my thoughts. I try to focus on the smell, the basil, rosemary, thyme and sage mingling together to create a heady combination of aromas under my fingertips. A bead of sweat tickles my brow, but I keep working the herbs until they start to resemble a fine powder. Every time I bear down into the resisting stone under my hands, I imagine that it is the commander under the pestle. I push all of my anger into that smug, arrogant face of his until it is no longer smiling, And then I giggle. Another one escapes. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stop the trills of my laughter, but it merely leaks through my fingers. I think back to the shocked look on his face when I had pounced on him from the trees, and the laughter erupts from me like a dam bursting its banks. I keep laughing wildly at the thought that I am probably the first human in history to walk away with a fistful of orc hair and live to tell the tale. The laughter dies on my tongue when my mind considers what that might say about him. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. I may have misjudged him. Or maybe his reaction to me was the exception. What was it about me that had stayed his hand? I won't let my thoughts go there. I'm tired, overworked, and still exhausted from the previous night's exertions. When I take myself to bed, it's not long before I'm already drifting into a deep sleep, dreaming of laughing wildly at the fistful of orc hair in my hands and his steady, heated gaze, peering down at me. When he walks away, I try to follow him. I turn the corner, but he's gone. Nothing but dust picked up by the heels of his feet to give any sign that he was there at all.
Chapter 9. Naar. I had enjoyed joking and teasing her, watching the plump roundness of her lips press into a firm line in annoyance, and I'm not even sure why. I think back to the way she had crossed her arms and tapped her foot at me, and it just made me want to give her something really meaty to grind against her temper, which makes no sense because I really am sorry. When I had seen the shadow pass over her eyes and the burning that had flushed her cheeks when reliving the way I had carried her back to the prison, I had felt something strange, something that made me squirm inside my clothes and want to rinse out my body in a fresh lake. It still lingers in the hollow places in my chest and at the back of my throat. I feel ashamed. I stop the work I am doing with my hands, my eyebrows raising in mild surprise. I have killed people and orcs alike. I've done things far worse than what she was subjected to, things that I'm not proud of. But she is the first to elicit the emotion in such a strong way that I take notice. I must be getting soft in my older years. I finish disemboweling the rabbit, its bloody entrails staining my hands red, and I start fastening the carcass with a rope to the other cuts of meat I have lined up on the wooden block. I've included tiger skin, wolf meat, and lamb, along with a more rare hide of crocodile leather. There can be many uses for it in a settlement such as this one. I've left the rabbit intact with its fur. I'm not sure what she will want to do with it once she has separated the meat, and I like the idea of her being able to choose for herself. I look down at my bundled offering, my brows knitting together, hoping that all of this will suffice to show that I truly am sorry, and then I snap out of my worrying, grumbling with the realization that I am stumbling over myself to please someone who is far beneath my concern. I want to please her, I correct myself inwardly. This is merely an apology, nothing more. Soft and sentimental in my older years. I really needed to rein in my emotions more. Nothing good comes from being too close to anything or anyone. I sling the bundle over my shoulder, squaring my shoulders against the contradictory feelings squirming in my stomach, and head outside in the bustling streets of the settlement. It's as busy as ever, trade blossoming with bargains galore and hagglers trying to swindle a good price. I smile in amusement while passing an old woman, clearly beyond caring what anyone thought of her. She's trying to barter her way to a free loaf of bread to add to the 3 others piled in her hands. Now listen here, she tells the orc behind the stall, wagging her finger. He's at least 3 times her size. I don't care how big and brutish you look on the outside. You're still young enough to bend over my knee. The young orc did indeed look terrified of her. I suppress a snort, not envying the poor young orc as I take the next side street that I now know leads to the fields where Meredith works. I had done a little snooping, not much, but enough to learn where she came to work every day and what I should call her. Meredith. I roll the name over my tongue. It is a nice name. I come to the edge of the field, stopping a moment to pause at the beginning of the tilled soil. Meredith is on her knees, prying up crops with a small shovel. She wears the same scarf on her head that she had worn the day before. Her tunic is different, but is already covered in fresh soil. She sits up to straighten her back, wiping a hand across her brow in the heat. It leaves a dark smear of dirt across her nose. I catch the corners of my mouth rising and forcefully pull them back down again. I make my way towards her over the uneven ground. She doesn't seem as surprised to see me today as she did yesterday. But I notice the roll of her eyes as she gets to her feet. She wipes the dirt from her hands against the apron of her tunic as I sling the bundle of meat around my shoulder before dumping it onto the ground in front of her. She looks at me with a wary expression before looking down. Her eyes are wide, her mouth slightly parted. She likes them. I hope this goes some way to show you that I meant what I said yesterday, I say, my voice quieter than usual. She continues to stare down, and I shift uncomfortably from foot to foot. I don't like the feeling of waiting on someone else. When she finally looks up, her eyes are even wider, and her mouth hangs open in shock. She takes a step back from the bundle at her feet. It's not that big a deal. Is this some kind of sick joke? She asks, her eyes narrowing. I frown at her. Is what a joke? I ask, not quite understanding. She reaches out a hand tentatively, folding over the rabbit carcass with her thumb and forefinger before giving a shriek and letting it drop back quickly to the floor. The exclamation of surprise draws looks from others around the field. I feel nervous at the amount of eyes on us. I step towards her, but she shuffles back, keeping the space between us. It's a gift, I explain, reaching down and bringing up the bundle, trying to get her to look closer. It's for you. This time she gives a small scream as I once again take a step towards her, trying to bring the meat closer to her face. I'm rapidly losing patience with her strange behavior. It's for you, I say, shaking the bundle at her, my tone impatient. Take it. I'm not sure how I could have made her angry, but apparently I've succeeded. Do you think this is funny? She asks incredulously, her eyes now narrowed to slits of sharp flint. Does threatening me bring you some kind of perverse pleasure? I can only look at her. I look down at the meat. I look back at her. It's animal meat. Look, I even have crocodile leather. I say, ruffling through the folds to hold it out. She only shakes her head further. Does she not like crocodiles? Does she want something else? I run my hand through my hair, my breath rushing out of me in annoyance. What she says next sends a flare of anger coursing through my veins. Commander Naar, either you are a jerk or a complete idiot, she says, her expression turning to one of disdain, which only makes me more angry. Most likely both, she finishes, crossing her arms in that way I like so much. Naar! Shouts from some patrol orcs reach me from behind my right shoulder. I turn around with annoyance. What now? I ask heatedly. One of them sidles up, looking down at the skins and meat before looking back to Meredith and finally returning to me. Leave her alone, Naar, he says with a sly grin. We all know she ruffles your feathers, but do this somewhere else. You're getting all the other little humans riled up. I look around. Sure enough, other workers in the field have stopped what they are doing to watch with worried faces the unnecessary commotion taking place. I turn back to Meredith, my teeth snaring through my lips from the embarrassment she's causing me. Fine, but I'll be back, I tell her before stalking off. I charge through the settlement all the way back to my dwelling and not stopping for anyone who gets in my way. I slam the door shut, vowing that whatever I have planned for her next will make her eat her words. Chapter 10. Naar. I pace up and down the room, unable to sit still long enough in the chair opposite Chieftain Loki's second-in-command. He watches me impassively without comment, only his eyes moving back and forth to track my steps. You can't just follow the girl around the base. I don't care if you're trying to apologize or gain intel or whatever. This is her home, and you're making her uncomfortable. Really? I continue to pace, my voice loud and clipped. Is that why she pulled out a clump of my hair? Which, I might add, I didn't punish her for. If I knew she was going to mistake my kindness for weakness, I would have added it to the list alongside all of her other transgressions. Or only sighs, running his hand through his hair. For God's sakes, Naar, sit down. You're making me dizzy. I stop pacing to fix him with an icy stare before reluctantly taking the seat opposite him. My leg shakes with pent-up energy and adrenaline that I've been forbidden to use in the small room. I've never been comfortable in confined spaces. Orcs belong outside. I tap my foot, feeling like a caged animal. Listen to me, Naar, pleads leaning forward in his chair, his elbows resting on his knees and his hands clasped together. We received some complaints. My head whips up, my eyebrows raise so high they almost disappear under my hair. Complaints about what? I ask. The patrol officers on the field came to me, said you were threatening the humans with animal carcasses. A cry escapes my lips at the injustice of it. It was a gift. A gift, You know as well as I do that this is ridiculous. Any other orc in this damned settlement would have been thanking me profusely. Do you want to know what this is really about? I'm back up on my feet again, once again pacing the small room. She thinks I embarrassed her. When I took her to the prison, she told me she was humiliated. And then I tried to say sorry. I gave her crocodile leather. I'm almost shouting with frustration, my hands gesticulating wildly around me in the small space. Do you know how much I could have sold that for? At a profit? I ask, incredulously planting my hands on my hips. Squeezes his thumb and forefinger against his eyes, rubbing them tiredly. Naar, you're not dealing with another orc. You are dealing with a human. Whatever your intentions were, you need to respect that what you did to her that night by taking her to the prison has created all sorts of unnecessary problems for us. But she tried to escape. Let me finish, he barks. I press my lips together into a thin line, every micro muscle in my face working hard to keep it that way. Humans are a lot weaker than us. They have come here for our protection, which is why any harm that befalls them at an orc's hand is severely punished. It's not a fair fight. I look down at the ground, at my feet, anywhere that isn't his face. Meredith came from a rebel camp, Naar, says pressing on. The night you took her kicking and screaming to the prison, she didn't need protection from the orcs who killed her family. She needed protection from you. I look up then, meeting his gaze and noting the hard cut of his stare. I had not thought of it that way. I had only tried to do what was best for the camp. It just never occurred to me at the time that she is also a part of the clan now. I should have also considered what was best for her. I clear my throat, trying to find my next words carefully. And the humans, they don't like meat? I ask, trying to read his expression to see if I'm on the right track. Should I have brought her something else? Your gift was perfectly fine. For an orc, states, not attempting to soften his words. Humans are different. If you are truly sorry for what you did to her, then maybe you should try a little harder to understand her world. I stop fidgeting and slowly retake my seat, resting my palms down against the bulk of my thighs. Realizing that I still have so much to learn about how things work in a camp like the Burning Sun clan leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Being a part of the Rebel Alliance had been the wrong decision in hindsight, but it had been so much simpler. It was easier to lead because I knew what my followers expected of me. I think back to Meredith's words about how I was either a jerk or stupid or both. I take a gulp, shame radiating up my stomach, curling its way under my skin. Maybe she's right. Come to think of it, I'm not even educated the same way as other orcs have been in the Burning Sun clan. I can't even recognize the characters of the orc alphabet, let alone read them. I look down at my hands. They are wide and sinewy. Calluses form a ridge all the way across the inside of my palm. I turn my hands over. The knuckles are scarred and hardened. They are hands that have been honed to fight rather than lift a dainty pen that could write poetry, or whatever else humans might like. I'll admit, learning to live side by side with humans has taken a greater toll on me than I like to say, I tell him, raising my head to and offering him an apologetic smile. Fighting with orcs is all I've ever known. I didn't mean to hurt her. I take a steadying breath. And I really am sorry. I know. He takes his time meeting my gaze. His expression has softened. He places an understanding hand on the curve of my shoulder with a pat. And I think you're being a bit too hard on yourself. It would take you no time at all to catch up with the others here. You're lacking some common knowledge about humans, but it's nothing a little education won't fix. My muscles tense up underneath his hand on instinct. I don't like being reminded that I am below standard at anything. I'm only grateful that this conversation is happening without anyone else being present. But he's right. I might not want to hear it. But maybe it's exactly what I need to hear. I think of Meredith, the way she had brought her small, tanned arms to cross over in front of her, and the way her little feet had stamped in annoyance. I wouldn't mind understanding the reasons behind some of her little quirks. I raise my eyes to trying to put aside my pride. How do I do that? Become more knowledgeable about humans? I get the impression that is proceeding carefully with me so as not to scare me off. Little does he know that whatever he proposes, I will most likely agree to. Maybe he can suggest a more appropriate gift for her. His voice cuts through my thoughts. There are a few older orcs teaching lessons in the settlement. They go over human behavior, traditions, do's and don'ts, that sort of thing, he says, tilting his head. Maybe Meredith would prefer different meat. Maybe I could learn what humans gift to each other and do that instead. Naar, coaxes snapping me out of my reverie. If you don't mind me asking, why is Meredith's forgiveness so important to you? A confused expression clouds my face. Isn't it obvious? I try to answer, but the words catch on the edge of my tongue. Maybe it's not as obvious as I thought. Because I start, blindly reaching through the corners of my mind for a reason. Because I feel guilty? Lifts an eyebrow. Is that the only reason? I don't answer. He gets up slowly from his seat, leading me towards the door, and I follow him. Before I pass, he stops me with a pat on the shoulder. Maybe just think it over a little more. I nod, but I know that I will never be an orc capable of much philosophical thought. I am an orc of action.
Chapter 11. Meredith. 3 days. It has been 3 days since I've seen that orc's stupid face. When he was escorted away by the settlement guards, he swore he'd be back. So much for that, I think, with a scowl. Doesn't seem like the bastard has any resolve if he's given up already. Did I want him to persist? I grit my teeth, pacing the cramped living room, caught in a flurry of emotions. To hell with him. A bit of meat isn't going to put him in my good graces, even if he did end up cleaning it and having it delivered to my door. There was so much of it, in fact, that I had to share some with my neighbours before it went bad. What sort of idiot goes through the trouble of hunting for a complete stranger? I slow in my pacing, my cheeks burning as I remember how he handled me and called me a traitor. And for what? He embarrassed me in front of the entire settlement, then had me locked away in a cell until Loki and the others talked some sense into him. I should be relieved that he hasn't shown up at my door. Instead, it leaves me agitated. I'm glad I'm home alone today. My 7 roommates are out in the fields or running their own errands, but that leaves me to stew in my thoughts. I need a distraction. So I find a broom and sweep the entire communal area first, kicking up dust in a frenzy. Then I notice the windows haven't been washed in forever and get to work, scrubbing years of grime from them until the sunlight streams through, unfiltered. When I'm finished with that, my limbs burn and my breath is quick, but the thoughts are already beginning to flow back in. I don't want to think about that damned orc. Every time I do, my pulse quickens. I remember the feel of his coarse hair between my fingers shortly before I ripped some of it out. An errant giggle escapes me, and I stifle it. He deserved it, comes the thought, unbidden. I shrug at no one. I mean, it's true. But the look of surprise on his face was priceless. I don't think I've ever seen an orc caught off guard like that. Usually they're just mad and horny, a torrent of violent emotions wrapped in green flesh. The fact that he tried to apologise, not once but twice, has to count for something, right? I throw down the rag in my hand and storm to the kitchen. I don't want his apology, I remind myself. He's done enough, and I'm glad he's finally given up. I have to be. Otherwise, I might be disappointed. I lean over the sink, gripping the lip. I don't need to feel a way about a salty orc right now. He should be the furthest thing from my mind, and still, I can't stop thinking about him. Maybe it's because he barreled into my life, falsely accusing me of some crime I didn't commit. I still remember how his massive hand clapped hard against my butt and rubbed the spot. The indignity of it all. I think, hating how my heart stumbles. No, it's better that he's finally leaving me alone. A fat, cold drop of water hits my scalp, and it makes me jump. I rub the cold spot and look up, glowering at the roof. They didn't say it was going to rain today, but I'm relieved, in a way. Another chore will do well to distract me from my conflicting thoughts. Maybe I can get the roof patched up before it starts to pour. Most of the supplies are in the shed outside. It gives me a chance to better gauge the weather, which is about as decisive as I am right now. Clouds are building some distance north of the settlement, and a grey haze has overtaken the previously clear sky. There's the occasional drizzle, but it's not enough to deter me. Spare shingles, a mallet, and a box of nails are easy enough to find. The ladder is already propped against the wall, since the leaks happen often enough to warrant it. To be fair, it's not the nicest building in the settlement. It's a little droopy with age, beaten down by the elements. All the same, it's my home, and I'm not going to let it fall into disrepair if I can do something about it. With several nails tucked in my pursed lips and my supplies beneath one arm, I climb the ladder with slow but steady confidence. It's probably not advisable to do this without a spotter, but I couldn't care less. I'm sick of being dripped on. At the top, I'm careful to ease the supplies onto the roof, taking care not to put weight on the weaker spots. I might be perturbed, but I'm not interested in breaking my neck for this chore. I shimmy over to the beam and tear off a few errant shingles. They flutter to the ground, 1 story below. It's quite a drop from here. My vision spins at the distance, and I steady myself. Maybe I should have waited for someone to get home. A prickling defiance rises in me. I'm already up here, risking my life. Might as well finish the job. The roof groans dangerously when I lever up on it to get a better angle. Several beats of the mallet later, and 6 new shingles are in place, standing out from the old ones that have been beaten smooth by the rain. The slow drizzle becomes more consistent. It's starting to make everything a little slick. Soon, it's going to rain. I take another nail from between my teeth and drive it home, sealing up the last of this hole in the roof. I appreciate my handiwork for a moment and wipe my brow, realising the entire roof is littered with aged and cracked shingles. It'll take me all day to get it back into shape, and some of the wood underlay is going to need to be replaced entirely. With a groan, I let the mallet fall to the earth below. I can wait until the weather's a little better before trying to renovate the entire roof. For now, at least, there are a few less leaks. I put 1 foot on the first rung of the ladder when I hear a voice below me, deep and terribly familiar. Meredith, what are you doing up there? Oh no, is the only thought that goes through my mind before my foot slips. It happens too fast for me to catch myself, and the ladder rattles, shaking me off. Without any support from the weak roof, I find myself in the open air and let out a surprised scream. I brace myself for a hard landing when warmth envelops me instead. Heavy arms are around me, and when I open my eyes, a simmering yellow gaze is all I can see. There's a hint of a smile on that stupid face I'd recognise anywhere. Naar? I ask, half a shriek. What the hell are you doing here? His smile fades, and that look of confusion knits his heavy brow. He grimaces, almost a wince. Did I mess up again? Chapter 12. Meredith. Put me down, I say a little more tersely than I mean to. Naar does so instantly, setting me on my feet and making sure I'm steady before releasing my waist from his strong hands. Where he touched, my skin is cold from the absence of him. A guilty expression dawns on his rugged features. "I didn't mean to startle you," he says. "Are you all right?" "No thanks to you." I wear a scowl, but in truth I don't know how to feel. I'm a little relieved, a bit galled and completely confused. I was pissed before, rightly, because of the things he'd done and the empty promises he'd made. But now that he's here, I'm just not sure. I don't let him know that, maintaining a mask of indifference as I look him over. He did save me from falling to my death just now, and I'd count that against his past behaviour if he hadn't been the cause of my fall in the first place. But if he didn't get me, the rain might have, and it's beginning to pick up. "Why are you here? Haven't you done enough?" The beratement seems to sting him, and he looks to the heavy sky, rubbing the back of his neck. "I said I'd be back, and I'm an orc of my word." Blunt, maybe a little admirable, he'll never hear me say it. I study his rugged features, considering his conviction. "You're a lot of trouble, you know that?" "So I've been told," he grumbles, then offers me a wry smile. "Am I forgiven yet?" I shoot him a deadpanned look, raising a brow at him. He doesn't give up, does he? I don't know what else to say, so I blurt. "Just help me get the tools put away. I don't want them to get all rusty from the rain." "Yes, ma'am," he says, scooping up the scattered supplies. I tilt my head to better observe him while his back is turned. When did he learn manners? I remember myself and gather up some stray shingles before following after him into the shed. "They go up there," I tell him, tossing the old shingles into a barrel, "on the middle shelf, not the high one, or none of us will be able to get to them." "Right," he says, putting them well within reach. "Can you fold up the ladder and bring it in too? I don't know if I can do it on my own." He graces me with barely a look, before ducking out of the shed again to do as I asked. There's something different about him, but I can't quite place it. Before, he was like a wild animal, uncouth and brusque and feral. Now he's helpful, polite. It doesn't quite fit with the image I've fashioned of him in my mind. I watch him strain to master the rusty old ladder. It has been leaned up against the side wall ever since I moved here. I don't think I've ever seen it taken down by orcs or humans. When Naar has finagled it into a more compact shape, he hauls it into the tight shed and posts it up next to the door. "There, all done. Is there anything else?" Suspicion creeps in, and I'm starting to realise what's going on. "What are you doing?" A sincere expression of confusion crosses his face. "What do you mean?" My suspicions rise. There's no reason for him to go out of his way to help me like this. He already tried to make up for it with the meats, and everyone knows how well that went. So why is he still trying so hard? Shouldn't he be out with a scouting party, or getting drunk in the hall? "Why are you helping me, Naar?" There's a gleam in his eyes, of humour and understanding. "I want your forgiveness." The simplicity of his statement rocks me. "Why?" "Because," he says, "I made mistakes, and I can't stand for you to think ill of me because I misunderstood your culture." "A little more than that," I say under my breath, looking him up and down. I can't quite place it, but when he's around, all the colours are a little brighter. He makes me forget things that are better left in the past. I feign at deep contemplation as the rain starts to pound on the metal roof above us. "All right, fine. Since you saved me from a broken neck, we're even." Naar's expression brightens markedly. "You mean it?" "I don't want to hear another word about it." "Kay." He nods vigorously, then puts out his hand as if to shake. I glance at it. It's not that I don't know what the gesture means. It's that I didn't realise he knows what the gesture means. Or maybe it's a new, orcish joke of some kind. "What's that for?" I heard this is how humans introduce one another. He holds his hand steady, unwavering. Why don't we start over? The sentiment floors me. What did you do with Naar? I think, offering him a perplexed look. This is not the same orc that called me a traitor or offered me bleeding meat as an apology. He seems almost civilized. My voice is small when I finally find it. Okay. I take his hand, which is huge and as warm as I remember. Naar offers a concise shake before releasing too soon. I kind of like the feel of his rough palm against mine and am cold in its absence. Where did you learn to shake hands? A wide smile finds him, revealing his strong bite. I've been learning human etiquette and traditions over the last few days. Directed me to some classes that have been teaching me about your culture. Wait. My mind stalls briefly. You've been taking classes for me. As soon as I say it, I regret it. It sounds so entitled springing from my lips. Of course, he didn't take the classes for me. Why would I even think that? I don't know what possessed Naar to work on his behaviour, but I should never presume to know his intentions. He's an orc, and after the life I've lived, I know I have more than a few prejudices about his kind. But that doesn't mean they can't learn or grow for their own sake. I'm sorry, I say. I didn't mean... Yes, he says simply, interrupting my half-baked excuse. Suggested them, after my bad behaviour before, and I took him up on the offer. I gape openly, unable to hold back my surprise. Naar steps closer, his smile growing bashful. We orcs do things a certain way. I didn't realise that my behaviour before might have come across as a threat. I haven't had a lot of interactions with humans, so I just didn't know. The air is charged as he murmurs, but I want to, now that I've met you. The sincerity in his words rings true, rendering me speechless. My heart's racing and I can't think to shoot him a cutting remark. There are so many things I want to say, but I can't find the words. This orc changed for me. Dare I wonder what he wants in return? He seems to notice that I'm at a loss for words, the corners of his lips turning up. You say we're even, but I think you still hold a bit of a grudge against me. When I go to protest, he holds up a hand. And I don't blame you. I was a beast before. Let me make it up to you. But you already have. He holds his hand out again. I don't want to be even with you, Meredith. I'd like to form a truce. What do you say? Will you give me another chance?
Chapter 13. Naar. All right, she finally says. Let's start over. The name's Meredith. Naar, I say, not entirely in jest. Relief washes over me, and I take her hand in mine again. It's so soft and small that I can't help but be careful with her. She doesn't pull away, and I take it as a good sign, though I remember to count 1, 2, 3 before letting go again. Holding too long may give her the wrong impression. That's what I've been told. The patter of rain grows intense outside, and we stand in the doorway, looking out. She's the first to speak. The house is going to flood at this rate, she says in a droll tone. I can help you fix the roof once the storm passes. She shifts on her feet as if indecisive, then glances at me. There's a sharpness to her gaze, like she's measuring me up. I don't know how someone so frail can make my strong heart flutter like this, but here we are. Her next question is unexpected. Don't you have more important things to do? Not really, I say. And it's the truth. She harumphs, but doesn't say anything as we watch the rain come down in sheets, her house seeming to droop under the oppressive torrent. I chew on my lower lip, wishing I'd come sooner. Maybe we could have had the job finished by now. But standing beside her is nice too. The sky lightens and the rain lets up enough to brave the outdoors again. You really want to help? Absolutely, I say without hesitation. Okay then. If you could set the ladder back up where it's not going to fall over, that would be helpful. I'll get the tools. Together we make a great team. Though everything's still soaked, the The sun comes out to burn off the wetness, making it easier to replace the sagging roof. I hoist fresh wooden boards up for her to secure to the frame and haul away the rotten ones. In the matter of an hour, she has a fresh roof and no more leaks. She wipes the sweat from her brow as she moves to descend. I hold the rickety old ladder steady for her, making sure she doesn't fall. Careful. Meredith doesn't glower at me, which I consider an improvement. Thanks. Anytime. I don't think she realizes that I mean it. When she's back on the ground, I feel a little better about leaving her to her own devices, putting the ladder back in the shed. Is there anything else that needs to be done around here? Honestly, I'm surprised Loki let the humans live in such a dump. It should have been repaired ages ago or torn down. Still, I can't help but be a little grateful for the opportunity to help Meredith whip it back into shape. There's little conviction in her tone. You've done plenty already. I offered, didn't I? I shoot her what I hope is a generous smile. I'm pretty good with my hands too, you know. Her eyes widen and she glances away. I can't imagine what she's thinking about right now. I mean, I can fix stuff. I shrug, hoping I haven't overstepped some invisible human boundary, of which I've been warned there are many. Broken furniture, pipes, whatever you need. I've got nothing better to do. Meredith glances back at me, her cheeks a little redder than before, but there's an earnest gleam in her eye. I don't want to keep you. Believe me, I say. There is nowhere else I'd rather be right now. The ghost of a smile finds her, but it disappears before I can be sure. You really are insistent, she says, glancing at the house. I guess if you want to, we have a few pieces of furniture that could use some tender, loving care. Hours and several slivers later, the work is done. Meredith seems to enjoy ordering me around, but I'm living for the occasional smile she flashes me. I'm grateful to her for the recommendation because now at least I can speak to her without worrying so much. And the more we interact, the easier it becomes. She invites me to sit beneath a wide oak with her, sheltered from the late afternoon sun. The early rains brought the world to life, and the air is clear. With a sigh, she leans against the tree and closes her eyes. I thread my fingers through the knots of my long hair, trying to straighten the strands. Grooming is another notable human virtue, and I hope my wild appearance doesn't put her off too much. Though she seems to be well in control of her emotions, I might not know until it's too late. I swallow back my apprehension when she speaks, her eyes still closed. Why do you have so much extra time anyway? That's easy enough to answer. Well, I begin. I have the day off. Oh, she says, opening her eyes to study my lips. I didn't know soldiers got those. There's a teasing tone to her voice, and I can't tell which part was the joke. Commander, I correct gently. Because of my prowess on the battlefield, they promoted me recently, and though I often forget, I do need days to myself. I like to enjoy my time in the settlement while I can. I haven't been here all that long, but I like it. It's different from my last clan. I don't know why I'm telling her all this, but it comes easily enough. Maybe it's the fatigue of work, but I also feel like I can trust her. I can sense she's hanging on my every word, which is new. I used to be part of a rebel clan. Her quiet gasp is enough to draw me out of my stupor. I glance down at her, finding her blue eyes round with surprise and caution. They ask questions she dare not voice. I offer a light chuckle. I didn't exactly sign up to be a rebel. It just sort of happened. The clan's values started changing, and I didn't really notice until we were embroiled in a struggle that I didn't agree with. The clan had become greedy and murderous, and I realized I had no interest in being a part of it any longer. My brothers in arms back then, they didn't like it when I tried to stop the direction we were headed. It created a divide, and some came with me, while others fractionated off into smaller bands. I take a breath, realizing how it must sound to her. They called me a coward for refusing to fight, and maybe I am. But here, among this clan, I feel like I can make a better name for myself. Do better by my own kind and the humans. Meredith has gone quiet. I don't know if I've scared her with my history, or if she's considering saying something. I give her a moment before continuing, but she doesn't speak up. I don't mean to go on and on about my story. It's ancient history. I'm part of the Burning Sun clan now. She remains quiet. I glance over at her to find her staring down at her calloused palms. She squeezes them into fists before shoving them into her lap. When Meredith looks back up, her brows knit together as if she's worried about something. I was listening. I didn't doubt you were until you said that, I tease. Her eyes flare and she swallows hard. I recall what both Loki and told me of Meredith's past and add, I can't defend my history. It's where I'm from, and part of who I am. But I'm different now. I've grown, and I'll grow some more. I have to say, it has been nice, not having to struggle over every scrap, and it feels good to fight for a cause worth dying for. She nods, her gaze cast down. I purse my lips, watching her carefully. How about you?
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Meredith. Despite the exertion of the work and the sweat on my brow, I feel a cold shiver run through me. I press my lips together in a thin, firm line, trying to work up the courage to push words out of my chest and into the open. I'm conflicted. On the one hand, I have enjoyed listening to Naar open up about his life. I had felt myself beginning to close up like a flower in winter when he had mentioned his time with the rebels. It's not that I didn't know, but I hadn't given it so much thought. With him thrusting the information out there before me, I found that I couldn't avoid it. It stirred up old feelings within me, ones that are hard to banish. But then he told me his reasons for leaving, and my curiosity about him has only piqued. I want to know more about him. I want to understand some of the more well-hidden layers to his character and what has made him into the orc that he has become. But for that to happen, there needs to be trust. And if I can't open up about my own vulnerabilities, I sure as hell can't expect him to do the same. I shift in my seated position, opening and closing my mouth repeatedly until I feel like an idiot. I'm almost on the cusp of letting the words flow, but they remain lodged in my throat. Saying the words out loud and detailing what happened to me, what happened to my family, threatens to make it all more real in a way that I'm not entirely sure I'm ready for. Once the words are out in the open, there is no taking them back. Once the story has been told, there is no way to change the narrative. My parents and brother will be truly gone, in the most real way I can imagine. Naar's voice rumbles close to my ear, and my belly flips. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, he reassures me, his eyes slightly narrowed with concern. His hair is a little dishevelled, and beads of sweat line his brow. He grabs the bottom of his tunic shirt, lifting it up to wipe along the hairline in the heat of the afternoon sun. I glimpse at the hard, defined muscles bunched together because of the way he is leaning forward. A dark trail of hair starts somewhere near his belly button and leads down to the buttons of his breeches, where it disappears under the fabric. I gulp and turn away. I can't say I've had the best life, I explain, surprising Naar and myself as I start to tell my story. But who really has? It's difficult for everyone in this life. There's nothing special about me in that regard. I flip my hair over my shoulder, trying to form a small, easy-going smile, as if I don't take anything too seriously. The corners of Naar's mouth pull down. He's not buying it. Neither am I. I clear my throat. I had a family to support before I came to the Burning Sun clan. I had parents and a brother. We always worked together for everything we had. We fought hard to survive, but not hard enough. I look down at the hem of my tunic, picking at the loose threads with slightly trembling fingers. I couldn't look at him as I said this. They were all killed by the rebel orcs. My brother first, and then my parents. I take a big, audible breath. I was out foraging in the woods when they raided the settlement. I returned and... A lump catches in my throat, but I push it down and carry on. I don't want to stop now that I've started. I came back to find everyone I cared about, everything we had worked for, all gone. People, food, children, buildings. Everything was destroyed, except me. The shock of hearing those words coming from my own mouth feels like a punch to the stomach. It really happened. I am truly and completely alone. They didn't kill me, the rebel orcs. They just laughed when I returned. They didn't try to hurt me or kidnap me. Nothing. It was almost worse than if they had, because it meant... My voice catches and my vision turns blurry from unshed tears. It meant that they could have controlled themselves. They didn't need to kill my family. They did it for no reason other than they wanted to. My family died for nothing. The first unshed tear starts to trickle down my cheek. I can taste the salt on my lips. At first I couldn't bear the fact that I survived and they didn't. I couldn't live with the guilt of walking away without being subjected to the same fate. There are many times I feel like I shouldn't be here. Don't want to be here. Meredith, please. Naar holds up a hand as if willing me to stop. I glance up to read his expression and come up short when I see the pain radiating through his eyes. He squeezes them closed as though my words are causing him physical discomfort. I want to take away his pain, but first I need to let the words find release so that I can finally relieve some of my own agony. A thought starts to form and bubbles to the surface with a few racked sobs. Maybe that was their intention, that I would have to live with the pain of knowing what happened to them without being able to do anything about it. I have to go on living and working hard for no other reason than to stay alive and relive the loss and the pain of their passing every day. Sometimes I can't see the point in it. It seems like such an empty and hollow existence. The last words come tumbling out of my mouth in a flurry of trapped pain and emotion that had been sitting rancid and stagnant in my chest. They sound barely more than a whisper. I never deserved to live past that rebel attack. And I still want to die. There is only silence for a few moments after the breath whooshes out of me like a punch to the stomach. Birds chirp happily in the trees, and the wind playfully ruffles the long tresses of my hair. It should tickle my arms, but I feel completely numb. And then the Burning Sun clan saved me. They have done everything to welcome me and to be kind to me. They didn't have to find me work here or give me a home. Whereas the rebels kill just because they can, the orcs here helped simply because they wanted to. I look up and out at the sky, at the way the sunlight falls on green pastures and dappled rays flicker through the trees. Beauty is a gift to other people now. It doesn't reach me anymore. I should be grateful, but if I'm honest, it makes me bitter. The kindness shown to me here is only prolonging the suffering that the rebels wish to burden me with for the rest of my days. Violence and kindness alike are keeping the wounds open. I don't think I will ever heal. Naar doesn't say anything for a long time. We sit together in silence, neither of us trying to fill the void with meaningless platitudes and promises that things will get better. We both know that's not how the world works. "Is that why you were screaming in the woods when I found you?" he asks, the question tentative and coaxing. "Were you just trying to release the pain?" I give him a small nod. That one little gesture is my undoing. All of my words previously were deliberate and decisive. It was as if I was telling a story about someone else, and not myself. Now I let my tears overwhelm me. They travel up the back of my throat, curling around my bruised heart and squeezing the air from my lungs like a dirty wet rag. Naar does something completely unexpected. His arms envelop me, pressing me against the hard wall of his chest as I let the cries surge through my body. He holds me, rocking back and forth gently. The sobs keep coming without any sign of stopping, but he doesn't let go. He stays with me until the sun moves across the sky to cast long, dark shadows through the settlement. He continues to hold me when it finally slips away below the horizon, plunging us all once more into the darkness.
Chapter 15. Naar. I hold Meredith close to me, letting her cry for as long as she needs to. I'm not sure if she realizes what she's doing, but she has gradually inched her way into my lap, curling herself up into a little ball against my chest as if my body can keep out the storm. I run my fingers against the top of her head and down her back. For the first time, I feel completely lacking. I don't know if my touch or my continued silence is helping her or not. Would she prefer that I say something? Should I be doing something else? If there was some definitive way of taking away her pain, some action that I could perform to help her deal with her loss, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I have no experience helping someone with a problem that can't be solved with the sharp blade of a sword or the swing of an axe. I'm out of my depth when it comes to Meredith. Long shadows have started to creep up around us. The afternoon sun is quickly fading, and before long it will be dark. I need to get her somewhere safe and comfortable before that happens. She deserves to feel cared for this evening. Actually, she deserves a lot more than whatever I am offering her right now. But making sure she gets home safely and has a good meal is a start. I rub her back, placing a finger under her chin and try to lift her face to mine. Meredith? For a minute I'm scared that she's fallen asleep, and I don't want to wake her up. But then a small voice drifts up to me from underneath the long, thick locks of her hair that have shielded her face. She gives a little sniffle, and I can't help but squeeze my arms protectively around her in response. I'm so sorry, Naar, she croaks, wiping away the tears that have stained her cheeks with the back of her hand. This is completely unfair to you. I'm sorry I've made you sit here all day listening to me wail like a child, she says, a sad laugh escaping her lips. I shake my head at her words, my heart heavy. Don't ever apologize, Meredith, I tell her, lifting her gaze to mine. Her eyes are as big as saucers. A few tears cling to her long eyelashes. Being this close also allows me to notice for the first time the subtle shifts of color in her eyes. They are a brilliant blue, but close up, I can make out veins of gray and green that run through them. They regard me with what I would like to believe is hope, rather than fear. What happened to you is not your fault. There is nothing you could have done. Her tunic has fallen open at the thigh, revealing the smooth expanse of skin that glistens in the fading sun all the way up to the top of her legs. I take the edge of the fabric between my fingers and gently close it shut to keep out the oncoming chill in the air. You are an incredibly strong woman, I say, doing the same for the fabric that has fallen from her shoulder. I replace it with care. You are not a victim. You are a survivor. I stop adjusting her clothes and turn my face to give her my full attention. And most importantly, I'm sure your family, wherever they are now, would like to see you living the rest of your life to the fullest. Don't punish yourself for doing what they taught you to do so well. Survive, Meredith. Live for them as well as yourself. She starts placing her fingers against the places where I closed her tunic. I have no way of knowing if I have said the right words or not. I've never had to comfort anyone like this before. My body feels angular and awkward under her delicate frame. Her hair smells like a spring meadow mixed with honeydew. My mouth suddenly feels dry. I lick my lips. When she next looks up at me, there are fresh tears in her eyes, but this time they are accompanied by a blossoming smile. Thank you, Naar, she says quietly against my chest. Those words mean more than you know. There is a magical moment where nothing is said except what is shared through our eyes. And somehow, it brings us closer together than words ever could. Every breath I take is loud and ragged. Her lips part open slightly, and the effect it has on me is gut-churning. She is the first to break the connection and look away. "This is so embarrassing," she half laughs, wiping away the newly sprung tears. I don't usually make a habit of crying to people I barely know. I smile back at her. I like the way she brings her hair around to the front on one side, and the way she bites her lip. The churning in my gut intensifies. As if her body can read my own, her stomach grumbles in protest, the sound taking both us out of the moment with giggles of laughter. "Come on," I say, laughing with her, and tucking a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her face behind her ear. I do it on instinct, but I catch myself and whip my hand back to my side. "Let's get you some food." "Do you know how?" she asks, her eyebrows raised. I almost laugh at the surprised look on her face. "Well, I know enough," I say, taking her hand and leading her inside. She stands up, wiping down her tunic, and follows my lead. I talk as we make our way to the small kitchen. It was included in the classes I've been going to. As I'm chatting, I look around the space for a couple of small pans and a few utensils I can use. I open a low cupboard and spot the equipment I need. Next, I start collecting fresh ingredients from the pantry. There are cuts of chicken, freshly skinned, in an icebox. Not far away, I spot the protruding bulb heads of a bunch of freshly picked garlic. If I'm not mistaken, the fresh aromatic green shoots near the lower shelf is rosemary. Was it rosemary or thyme that went with chicken? I shake my head. I can't see any other option than the rosemary, so it will have to do. When I re-emerge out of the pantry, my arms laden with the fresh ingredients, I look over to Meredith, whose expression is relaxed, but also intrigued. She watches me carefully, her eyes following me closely as I lay out the chicken ready for seasoning. "They taught this in the human etiquette class?" she asks, her eyes darting up to peer into my own. "Well, I may have asked for some extra lessons," I explain, not looking at her but down at my hands, being careful not to cut myself as I begin to dice the garlic. "I wanted to learn to do this." I give her a big smile, which makes her giggle. The sound is like the first tinkling of rain against a roof after a long drought. "Why?" she asks, laughter in her voice. A rush of heat fills my cheeks at the question. I avoid her stare. "You didn't like the other meat I offered you?" I don't say it in an accusatory way, but I feel the need to correct myself nonetheless when I'm met with nothing but silence. "It's okay. I understand what I did wrong. The older orcs of the clan have been teaching me a lot," I say, suddenly feeling self-conscious. Before she can answer, a flurry of noise travels down the hall. The sounds of girlish voices in happy and carefree conversation drifts closer to the kitchen, until a woman emerges into the space followed by two others. She's laughing at something one of them has said to her, but the musical giggles die on her lips when she turns around. Her mouth opens in surprise, and her eyebrows shoot up. I have little doubt that my own face looks similar. I know perfectly well who she is. She doesn't have the most memorable face. None of my past lovers seem to. But right now the memory of her hits me with staggering force. I can't even remember her name. Meredith jumps to her feet at their arrival. "Naar," she says brightly, turning to me. "These are some of my fellow housemates." The girls look surprised to see me inside their home, but not as surprised as I am to see them. The woman I would rather forget starts to leer in a way that makes my stomach coil into knots. "Meredith," she purrs, her tone oily and slick with knowing. "Please introduce us."
Chapter 16. Meredith. "Naar," I begin, looking from him to Ellie's with a smile. "This is—" "Oh, I'm only teasing, Meredith," quips Elise. There's a glint in her eye that makes me uneasy. She is staring at Naar as though she hasn't eaten in weeks. "I remember you, Commander Naar." The way she says his name sends uneasy slithers of discomfort crawling up my spine. "The question is," continues Elise, taking slow, deliberate steps towards Naar without averting her eyes from his for even a second. "Do you remember me?" Naar stays silent and I turn around to face him. My stomach drops. He's shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot, looking as though he would like to be anywhere other than here. He's making an extra effort to avoid meeting my eyes. My gaze slices back to Elizabeth. The leering smile on her face has turned into the most obscene grin. I instinctively know that whatever she is about to say next is something I'm not going to like very much. What happened between them? I brace myself against her next words. "I must say I was disappointed when I didn't hear from you after we spent the night together," she says, her voice low and husky. She walks closer to him until she is nearly up against his body. One of her hands reaches out the cup the bulge of his bicep with grasping fingers. "But I will say that I am very willing to repeat the experience whenever you should feel the need to. Find release." She giggles prettily, but there is nothing funny about the situation. Everyone in the room, except Elise, is uncomfortable with the revelation. Most of all, me. I keep my face neutral and impassive as I pass them both to start plating up the cooked food. Before the girls had arrived, my mouth had been watering from the smells emanating from the meal, but now I might as well be dishing up ash onto a plate. I sit down at the table, my body rigid and straight. I make a show of bringing a spoonful of food to my mouth, my appetite all but vanished. Elise is unperturbed. "We had so much fun, Naar. I must say you have quite the equipment at your disposal." Her laugh is like nails on a chalkboard. I take a glance in their direction and immediately wish I hadn't. Elise is practically draped over him, pulling at the waistband of his pants with lowered eyelids. The chicken that I swallowed threatens to come back up. I manage to keep it down while Naar keeps opening and closing his mouth in my direction. He is clearly uncomfortable, but I find that I don't care. He angles his body away from her, trying to pivot in my direction. I steadfastly ignore him and continue to force the food down. Elise really needs to learn how to shut up and read the room. "I thought you liked that thing I did," she croons, her forefinger circling around the nape of his neck. "You said it was the best." "It was just a fling," snaps Naar, gritting his teeth before removing her hand from his neck. He seems to be speaking to Elise, but his whole body is angled towards where I sit at the table. I try not to visibly recoil at his words. I'm not sure if his declaration makes any of this better. I almost let out an audible huff of frustration for my own stupidity. Of course he has flings. What had I expected? The moment I met him for the first time in the woods, he had shown me who he really is. I only have myself to blame that I didn't believe him then. My mind skims over the events of the day, desperately trying to piece together the last of my dignity. I flush a bright crimson when I recall my confessions and my biggest fears. God, I had sat there for hours, wailing like a sad sack of soot. He had probably been unbearably bored and unaffected by my outburst. Most likely, he's relieved that Elise has provided a distraction. Now he can excuse himself without feelings of guilt or sheepishness. Which is entirely fine by me. I can't eat any more of this awful chicken. I place the knife and fork down roughly on the plate. The cutlery clatters more loudly than I intended, but I pay it no mind. I wipe delicately at the corners of my mouth with a napkin. "Do you want some more, Meredith?" asks Naar, almost tripping over himself to get to my side. The nasty grimace from Elise in my direction doesn't go unnoticed. I ignore both of them, sliding my chair back and standing to my feet. Before I can excuse myself, one of the other girls, Cindy, pipes up rather unhelpfully. Elise," she chimes, her tone completely at odds with the tension in the room. "I actually needed your help with something. Can you come to my room and give me a hand?" "Actually, I think Naar—" Cindy cuts her off. "It really needs to be you, Elizabeth, and it's quite important." Elise purses her lips but starts to follow Cindy from the room. Before she walks through the door, she turns back to Naar, who is standing far too close to me. A nasty smile plays about her lips. "Be careful with him, Meredith," she teases, her voice laced with a dark thread. "I think you're the only girl in the whole settlement he hasn't had yet." And then she's gone. The silence she leaves in her wake threatens to burst my eardrums, and my stomach is falling, so fast and so hard that I'm afraid it will never stop. I place a hand over my midriff, as if willing all the organs in my body to stay in place. Naar winces at Ellis's last words, but as soon as she leaves the room, he makes no attempt to explain or justify himself. And why should he? He hasn't done anything wrong. He can sleep with as many women in the settlement as he wants. That's got nothing to do with me. It's neither here nor there. So why is my heart beating so rapidly it threatens to break through my chest? "Meredith," he begins. The stare I turn to fix on him makes whatever words he was about to say fade into nothing. "Thank you for the food," I tell him, giving him a small forced smile while I hold my hands in front of me in a formal position. A jolt of satisfaction rises up in my chest when I see the panic in his eyes. "You may show yourself out." I don't wait for his reply. I start walking towards the door that leads to my bedroom. "Meredith," tries Naar, but I don't want to hear it. "I said you may go." His eyes are full of remorse, but I don't care. I had planned to keep my composure, but the need to slam the door on my way out is overwhelming. The noise shoots through the house in an echo. Cindy sticks her head out into the hall to see what's going on, but I don't stop. As soon as I reach my bed, I fling myself face down on top, pressing my eyes into the crook of my arm, as if I can physically stop the tears from finding a way out. My heart drops painfully when I realise that I shouldn't be angry with Naar. I certainly shouldn't be angry with Elizabeth. The only person at fault here, the only person that has once again exposed me to pain, is myself. I don't cry for them. I cry for myself. I cry over my own foolishness and weakness. When am I ever going to learn?
Chapter 17. Naar. This time I am determined to get her attention. I can't approach Meredith at work and she refuses to answer her door during the day. This is the only way. The streets of the settlement are eerily quiet. It is late enough that most people are already in their dwellings for the night, relaxing with their families after a hard day's work. A few orcs and humans still meander in small side streets and in the front gardens of houses, enjoying the night air. But for the most part, everybody is already in bed. I walk with purposeful steps towards Meredith's house, giving a few nods in the direction of friends or acquaintances that I pass by, but not stopping my stride. I know Meredith well enough to know that she's a night owl. She likes to feel almost exhausted before going to sleep, as it keeps her night terrors at bay. It was one of the things she had confessed to me while she had cried against my chest. A pang of guilt ripples through me. Maybe she regrets sharing those intimate details of her life. Maybe she is too hurt to allow me to repair the damage. I shrug off the doubts. I won't take no for an answer this time. I know that what she had learned about Elise, and I had heard her whether she was willing to admit it or not. But my fling with that girl was not only brief and inconsequential. It had happened before I had really come to know Meredith. Now she probably thinks I've tried to get close to her for all the wrong reasons. Meredith is undeniably beautiful, but there is something else about her that keeps my mind fixed on her at all times of the day. It's not something I can easily put my finger on either. She's strong in a way that wasn't familiar to me before I met her. I grew up being taught that strength was power, muscle, grit, and, as awful as it now seems, brutality. Meredith is teaching me that strength, real strength, is something that runs a lot deeper. I quicken my pace, impatient to find her and share with her why she will never be just any other woman to me. She will never be a fling that I become bored with eventually. My eyes strain in the darkness as I near the house, my heart caught in my chest as I spot the soft yellowish glow that comes from one of the downstairs windows. That must be her. She must still be awake, ruminating on all of the things she constantly tries to forget. I wonder if she has added me to that list. I square my shoulders. That won't happen. I won't allow it. At least, not until she has given me a chance to explain. I was wondering when you were going to show up again. The voice floating through the darkness takes me by surprise. I squint my eyes, trying to adjust my vision to the night. My eyebrows knit together when I spot who emerges from the shadows of the front porch. Elis wears an expression of almost smug satisfaction. She's probably under the impression that I've come here for her, but she's about to be disappointed. Her hips sway seductively from side to side as she walks down the front garden path towards me, her eyes never leaving mine as she sidles up to the gate. My eyes catch a flickering shadow that moves across the dimly lit window of the house. I jerk my head in that direction, willing for Meredith's distinctive face to appear through the gap to invite me inside. Instead, my gaze is drawn back to the woman that stands before me. I knew eventually an orc like yourself would need to go for round 2, she purrs, lifting her leg to perch one of her feet against the lowest rung of the garden gate. The swaths of fabric surrounding her part with the movement, revealing a shapely glistening thigh. I wrinkle my nose. If Meredith sees me here with Elis practically throwing herself at me, she'll come to all the wrong conclusions all over again. I have to put an end to it. Immediately. I'm not here for you, Elis. I'm here for Meredith. I tell her, not even bothering to look in her direction, but keeping my eyes fixed on the small window. Her body shifts in front of me. I expect her to walk away, but instead, she angles her body closer to mine. My gaze snaps back to her when I feel the brush of her soft palms against the skin of my bicep. What on earth can Meredith offer you that I can't? She asks, completely unperturbed by my dismissal. She bites her bottom lip with a soft moan. If anything, rejection only seems to spur her on. She's a wallflower with no idea how to sail rough seas. I give her my full attention then. Not because of her attempts at seduction, but because surprise and shock ripple through me. I stare at her like she's grown another head. You live with Meredith. How can you be so blindly ignorant? I ask, my voice rising with incredulity. Meredith is the furthest thing from a wallflower I know. Liz's eyes flicker with determination. The most important thing, she says, her voice still sultry but with an added edge, is that I'm out here and she's not. Meredith clearly doesn't want you. Her hand scales the expanse of my chest before starting to glide down to my britches. But I do. I realize her intention just in time. I grab her wrist before her hand can coax any unwanted reaction from me, and I pull it away none too gently. What Meredith wants is most likely beyond your grasp to understand. I bite back, my grip on her wrist tightening. Her eyes flash under my touch. I don't know how to make this any clearer. I'm not here for you, Elise. Go back inside. And while you're at it, call Meredith. She tugs her arm away with a snap, and I see her eyes grow big with disbelief. You're really going to choose some small, mousy girl over an experienced woman who is practically throwing herself at you? She asks, her head shaking in disbelief. Are you insecure? Is that it? Her eyes sparkle when she thinks she's hit a nerve. I promise, I won't hold you up to any comparisons from other lovers I've had. Your secret is safe with me. She giggles, offering me a little wink. Nothing about this is amusing. I've had enough. Eliz, you overestimate your abilities, I say, my voice flat and to the point. I had you because I could. You were an easy conquest that I didn't have to work for. It was a matter of convenience. Only now does Elise finally lower her leg and stand up straighter. This is not me chasing you or trying to win you over. We both know that there is no challenge in getting in between your legs. I see her flinch in the darkness, but I finish making my point. Do not try and play hard to get when you have been giving yourself out for free to anyone who comes your way. What happened between you and I was a fling, and absolutely nothing more. It's too dark to tell for sure, but Ellis has gone deathly still, her body rigid and withdrawn. If I didn't know how thick-skinned she is, I would say I've hurt her feelings. It's not something I take pride in, but her proximity to Meredith, her ability to ruin whatever chance I have with her housemate, is too big an issue for me to ignore. I need to nip this in the bud before Meredith is lost to me for good. Elise takes a deep breath, lifting her chin and wrapping her garments tightly around her. Without another word, she turns on her heels, walking swiftly back towards the house. I sigh loudly in relief. Out of the darkness, a voice that I would recognize anywhere disturbs my racing thoughts. "Why did you do that?" Meredith appears like a vision from around the side of the house, her blonde hair flowing gently in the breeze, glowing in the moonlight. How long has she been standing there?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 18. Meredith. The surprise in Naar's eyes is priceless. I just wish I were in a position to enjoy it. In a deliberate motion, I separate myself from the shadows, considering the orc at my doorstep. His green flesh is washed pale by the moonlight, but his frantic yellow eyes are no less intense. Meredith? My name falls from his lips too easily. I want to hate it. He's been trying to talk with me ever since that disaster of a dinner the other night. And what with the drama surrounding him and Elise, I've been avoiding the whole situation. But I can't run from him forever, and my emotions aren't so easily swayed. There was something between us, wasn't there? Maybe that's why this hurts so bad. Naar, I say coolly. He takes half a step forward before stopping himself. There's a conviction in his gaze, however, that refuses to go away. Like if I blink, he's going to pounce. My breath is hot, defiant, when I let it out. There are so many things I want to hurl at his stupid skull. I want to scream and holler and rage against his cruelty, while simultaneously an icy calm freezes over my aching heart. If I had just been another fling, maybe I would have been over him by now. But that's the problem, I'm not. Naar made me feel something for him, and that's what makes his betrayal all the more brutal. Even now, he's looking at me with those big, sad eyes, like I'm going to welcome him back into my home after what he did. On some level, I know it's not entirely his fault. Elise has made a fool of herself, strutting around and preening over it these last few days, rubbing it in my face that she had him first. But watching him turn her away for the last time, making her cry, doesn't bring me the satisfaction I thought it might. The problem is, I liked him. I think I still do. I must be a glutton for punishment. The tension between us is growing, and if one of us doesn't speak soon, I'm going to suffocate from lack of air. I hold my ground. I'm not the one who needs to explain myself. His mouth opens as if he's trying to find the words, then he clamps it shut again, his jaw working furiously. I expect some lame excuse is about to pour out of him, so I'm not prepared when he closes the distance between us and captures me in his arms. A little yelp escapes me as I'm enveloped by the heat of him. Naar is too strong, his powerful form keeping me tight against him, his next words a deep rumble in his chest. I did it for you, Meredith. I struggle half-heartedly, knowing I can't escape, but I have to maintain the last vestige of my pride. My sore heart races as he buries his face in the crook of my shoulder. Why? Comes my question. You just wanted to sleep with me too, didn't you? No, comes his answer too quickly. Shock chills me to my core, and I struggle in earnest. Bastard, I think, tears stinging my eyes. If he's not attracted to me, then why chase me at all? It would be easier to live with the fact that he considered me an acquisition, another notch in his belt. At least then, he'd have found me desirable. But this? I can't take any more humiliation. I strain against his iron grip. Let me go. You've done enough. No, he growls, clutching me tighter. What do you want from me, Naar? My vision blurs. If you don't think I'm attractive, why don't you just leave me alone? Do I want him to confess feelings he obviously doesn't have? Is that what he did to Elise? Offer her pretty little lies to get into her pants, and then blow her off for the next conquest? He's not the cleverest orc in the base, or the smoothest. I wouldn't put it past him to play the same hand over and over again. But according to Elise, I'd be the last person to know. And what if he says he does like me? I don't think I could bear it. What do I want? My thoughts are a jumbled mess, and I can't think straight with the heat of his musk overwhelming me. I go limp in his arms, finally surrendering to his embrace. My voice is a whisper against the flesh of his neck. Haven't you done enough? A groan reverberates through him. We breathe together for a moment, cooling from the struggle as he sinks to his knees with me still wrapped tightly in his arms. And finally, he speaks, his lips brushing my burning ear. I am attracted to you, but I didn't want to rush into it. His confession makes my insides leap. I'm not exactly the best at explaining how I feel. When I'm with you, it's like I've known you all my life, like you're exactly what I've been missing. I've never felt this way about anyone before. Can I believe him? Naar's grip loosens as if he's sure I'm not going to run away, and he chases a hand through my hair, staring hard into my eyes. This is all pretty new to me, but I do know that you're the first woman that's ever made my heart beat faster when I think about you. And when we touch... He presses my hand to his chest as if to prove it. I feel that steady rhythm increase. I don't want it to stop. I blink away the errant tears, the frustration lingering. This contrary orc makes me crazy. You mean it? Every word, he says, bringing my hand up to his lips, kissing my palm. I can't stand the thought of you being angry with me, Meredith. It's not fair that you had to find out that way. But I swear, it meant nothing. You trusted me before. He's right, I did. I take my hand back and rub the blistering heat from my palm. Were you ever going to tell me that you've screwed half the camp? My words seem to sting him, but he is so damnably stubborn. I didn't think it mattered. They were just flings. He speaks as if he truly believes it. Doesn't he know how risky it is for a human to have sex with an orc? Knowing Ellis, though, she likely flung herself at him the second she saw the big lug. Can I blame him for accepting her advances, without understanding the subtleties of human entanglement? If he means what he says... I bite my bottom lip in consideration, refusing to look him in the eye. It feels so right, being back in his arms. I want to hate it, to hold on to my anger, but it's slipping away. In the short time I've known him, he's already grown so much. A few days from now, and this argument might as well be ancient history. Naar, I finally ask, glancing up at him from under my lashes to find his expression open and vulnerable. Do you like me? Chapter 19. Meredith. Naar has practically said as much, but I need to hear it. All the sweet nothings in the world mean exactly that. Nothing. Not with a terrible flirt like him, if his reputation holds any merit. Commander Naar. The way Ellis said it made it feel dirty. Under that tree, not so long ago, the confession of his past felt intimate, personal. It doesn't foster confidence to know that she already knew. Maybe he tells everyone that story. Naar's brow furrows. Of course I do. Any relief I feel is dampened by the persistent misery of feeling as if I've been tricked. But it's starting to wear off, now that I'm not avoiding him any longer. You mean it? He nods. Well, yes, he says with careful deliberation. I'm just not sure to what extent. This is all very new to me, and I'm afraid of losing your friendship in the process. I blink in surprise. Maybe he's not as deceptive and cruel as he's been made out to be. Perhaps everything he's said is the unvarnished truth, and there is no hidden meaning that I'm missing. If that's the case, then I've been judging him far too harshly. His words ring in my mind as I ask, have you never actually been in a relationship before? There's a delay, then he shakes his head. My heart opens in a sudden swell of emotions, and I have to stop myself from letting out a relieved laugh. He might take the wrong way, but I can hardly stem the mirth flooding through my limbs and allow a grin to overtake me. No wonder he's been acting so strange, coming on too hard, then backing off, then returning to apologise in the most brutish ways. He might have the sexual prowess of a fully matured orc, but emotionally, he's a babe. Why didn't you tell me? His gaze is a little lighter, and his expression softens. It's not exactly something you shout out to the world, he says, his lips turning up. No, I say with a sigh. I guess it's not. It's not just humans that he's unable to read. It's himself too. Living the life of a rebel orc must be terribly stifling, when cruelty is their only real language. I dare to stroke his cheek, testing how far he'll let me go before he stops me. He doesn't. I shake my head with a giggle. All this time, you've been shacking up with humans. It must have gotten you in a world of trouble. Heartbreaker. Confusion furrows his brow. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, I say, letting my hand drop back into my lap. I have no intention of teasing him. My surprise has just gotten the better of me. Is it possible that we can salvage whatever we had before? Now that I know that it was real, it's not so difficult to imagine us picking up the pieces and starting again. Strong fingers chase over my cheek, coming to rest at the base of my neck as his thumb strokes my jaw. Even though he's new to this subtle sort of intimacy, he's an expert at touch. Meredith. I like the way he says my name, softly and with a desperate edge. My sigh is ragged. Yes, Naar? I study his expression, which is troubled and guilty again. It must be such a struggle for him to contend with emotions he can barely name, which makes him all the more endearing. I capture his warm hand and lean into it. It's not easy to forget everything that's happened, but I've already forgiven him. Whatever he wants to say, he should say it. What's on your mind? Something akin to a blush overtakes his rich skin. Even in the pale light of the moon, I can feel the heat of him as he struggles to meet my gaze. He's distracted by something as his touch chases down my arm to capture my hand. Our fingertips connect. Our difference in size could not be starker, but he is gentle with me. What if we tried it? Finally comes his response. I shift in his lap, not entirely sure what he means to say. But I want to give him all the space he needs to explore his newfound emotions. Tried what? You know, he says, trailing off. You'll have to enlighten me. My tone is a whisper, nearing a purr. I don't know until you tell me. I do have an inkling, but if he's ever going to figure himself out, he'll need to be able to communicate his feelings too. I can't do all the heavy lifting. His gaze flickers to my lips as he sighs. To, explore whatever this is. I offer him an innocent look. And what is this, Naar? His strong throat works on a swallow, almost breaking my resolve. I want to rescue him, but he won't learn anything if I do. If he flounders any more, however, I might just kiss the idiot. He licks his lips. We could try to be together. Even though I'm expecting it, it surprises me. I talked with about it, he says in a rush, not giving me a second to respond. And he said that if I'm not sure, I could ask and see if you're willing. My heart swells. He asked for advice about me. Any lingering doubt fades. I'm not like Ellie's to him. He wants to try with me. In earnest. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but I think I can work with it. Already, he's gotten closer than any other orc, his body responding favourably to me, and mine to him. Still, a relationship. Nothing about being with him feels wrong, now that we've cleared the air. But despite everything we've been through, we hardly know one another. If I bind myself to him too soon, I could find myself regretting it. He's still an orc after all, with the history of being a rebel commander. Naar is a danger to me, no matter how gentle he might be. By nature, he's massive, with powerful limbs that could crush me if he's not careful. I take this all into consideration, uncertain of what the future would look like if I became his woman. A distant thought rises to the surface. Would I be a traitor to my family, who died at the hands of orcs like him? That old hurt seeps in, though its sharp edges have been worn away by time. If I judge him based on his history alone, that would be unfair to him. Naar is an orc of his own merit, not of those that fought under him. He confided in me things he wasn't proud of, things he probably only ever told Loki and It must have been incredibly difficult for him. I'd be remiss to ignore the progress he's made already. He's still waiting for my answer, wide-eyed and expectant. I can't argue with how appealing it sounds, despite my hesitancy. Maybe we could explore this and see where it takes us. I lace my hands in his, considering the idea favourably. Meredith? A smile finds me, soft and demure. Yes? What do you say? He asks again. Do you want to try with me?
Chapter 20. Naar! I force my breathing to slow, but my heart defies me, beating wildly against my ribcage. Why the hesitation? She could just tell me no and relieve me of this torment. I'm not afraid of rejection. I'm terrified she'll say yes. But I want her to, more than anything in the world. Who consulted me about this, and the fickle ways of humans during our morning workouts. Sometimes they're not sure what they want. And I understand that better than most. I didn't know I wanted Meredith when I first followed her out of the base, or when I dragged her back and made a fool of her in front of the entire clan. I burn at the memory, wondering how we've come so far in such a short time. And here I am, hanging on in anticipation of her answer. She glances up at me under her long lashes, shooting me a look I can't quite read. Then, the corners of her mouth turn up, and she nods. I let out the breath I was holding in. Wait, really? Meredith nods again, this time with more emphasis. I don't see why we couldn't take it slow and see where it goes. It takes all my strength not to grab her again and drag her into my steely embrace. A grin finds me. My next words escape of their own volition. Can I kiss you? Immediately I berate myself, for the look that comes over her face is one of wry amusement. Did I do something wrong again? I can never tell with her. I must be missing something important, because I'm always one note sour. We're just trying this out, right, Naar? I stem my enthusiasm and grimace. Her smile twists into something naughty and teasing. Isn't a kiss too fast? I'm sorry, I say, wanting to reach out and touch her soft cheek again. I hear Ir's advice in my mind. You have to pick the right moment for these sorts of things, or they'll take offense to it. And of course, I'm bungling it again. I'm very nervous, I explain. I'm not very good at this, and you're so beautiful, it makes it hard to think. Her smile widens into a grin, and I realize I missed a vital cue. She's teasing me. I throw my head back and laugh. It may take a lifetime for me to understand the subtleties of human communication, but it will be well worth it if I can finally speak her language. Meredith laughs with me, her charming giggle infectious. I'm over the moon. unable to contain my mirth as I catch her hands in mine, kissing each of them in turn. These capable little appendages that can move mountains, or at least rooftops. We're both beaming at one another as the rest of the world falls away. "Hey," she says suddenly, putting her hands to my chest. I let her push me back onto the grass with a thud, taking her with me, her blonde hair falling over one shoulder to veil us from the rest of the world. I think she's finally going to let me have that kiss I asked for. Instead, she murmurs, "Give me your ear." Confusion overtakes me. "Why?" "I want to tell you something silly, and I don't want anyone else to hear me." My sight clears, sharpening to the shape of her. "Is it a secret?" "The best kind," she assures me, catching my jaw and turning my head for me. I shudder as her lips brush against my ear, and I feel the whisper of her breath. I want to know what is so important that no one else can hear. My body is tingling where she touches, frisson shooting up my spine. I'm about to ask what it is when her warm lips press against my cheek, a new sensation entirely blooming inside of me. My breath catches as she pulls away, leaving me stunned on the grass. It takes a long moment to realize she's leaped of me and already ran back to her house. "See you tomorrow," comes her call. I rise to a seated position, too paralyzed to wave back. I rub the hot flesh of my cheek as she disappears into the house. A warmth spreads from the top of my head, melting over the whole of my body, until I'm practically luminous against the backdrop of night. She likes me. I waver on my feet and watch the living room light turn off before ambling back to my own house, punch drunk with amazement. I crash into my wide bed, not bothering to close the window. A little draft will be good for me. I'm burning up with a fever I've never experienced before. This is nothing like the late-night flings over pints of mead, where I've been too faded to even recognize my partners the next day. No, this is perfect. I rub my cheek again and force my eyes to close. I need rest if I'm going to show Meredith the proper attention she deserves, but no matter how I try, I can't seem to drop down into sleep. The sheets tangle around my legs as I toss and turn. I throw an arm over my face as the moonlight trickles in on a fresh breeze. It soothes my excited flesh and almost sends me under. Almost. That's when a clack of metal against wood rouses me out of the half-state of sleep. I sit up as a shadow crosses my window. Impossible, I think. My window is on the second story. No one can reach it unless they have a ladder. Thin, pale fingers catch the frame, and Meredith's face comes into view. She has a guilty expression, but it fades for something defiant. "I wasn't finished kissing you." I throw the window open and help her through. "You climbed up here?" I gather her up and close the window. That was reckless of you. Her fingers chase up my bare chest, creating lines of fire over my verdant flesh. I figure it was worth it. She glances up at me with those doe eyes, and I melt against the headboard. How on earth did I get so lucky? "You're always welcome in my house," I murmur, tucking her golden hair behind one ear. "Next time, use the—" Meredith's lips crash into mine, warm and welcoming. They're like a breath of fresh air, and I can't get enough. Our tongues dance, slowly, gently, as I test her resolve before delving in and making her moan. I grip her harder than I mean to, but she doesn't complain as I bow over her, delving deep with my tongue. She yields so sweetly, her body responding by going flush with mine. I growl in response, reveling in the heat of her. My member hardens and I toss her back against the sheets. She's breathless, her chest rising and falling hard as she reaches for me. I move to join her, loving how quickly she's taken to me. There's no one else I want beneath me but her, and I capture her mouth again. Meredith catches my lower lip between her teeth and bites down. The pain is delicious. I crush her lips to mine in another true kiss, her fingers tangling in my wild hair. I reach for her precious face, wanting to feel all of her, when a sudden jolt rattles my focus. I wake suddenly in a tangle of sheets and fall out of bed. It's morning already, and when I rise, Meredith is nowhere to be found. Someone's calling my name outside. a deep and heavy bellow as my head spins with confusion. I search for any sign of Meredith and can't find her, then glance to the window, which is still ajar from yesterday. I don't bother to check, but I have a feeling there won't be a ladder leaned up against my house either. I touch my burning lips. It was just a dream, I realize, clinging to the phantom taste of her. Just a wonderful dream. Chapter 21. Naar. Commander Naar! It's an emergency! We need your assistance! It was just a dream. I'm still reeling with that realization as I turn toward the voice that has grown closer. Disappointment gives way to wariness almost immediately as I turn to see an orc soldier now leaning through the doorframe of my bedroom. I hastily sit up, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. What's happened? Report, soldier, I command, the authoritative tone in my voice slipping into place from years of habit and practice. It's the north side of the forest, sir. It's burning. We have a patrol already on the way to douse the worst of the flames, but we need your instructions. I steel myself against the news. In moments of chaos and confusion, soldiers more than anything need strong leadership. If their commander panics, then so will they. I look into the wide, expectant eyes of the patrol officer and almost see him sink into renewed resolve at the calm that radiates from my next words. Have a patrol of at least 5 ready for me. I will be out momentarily, and you can report the rest to me then. The soldier gives a curt nod before turning and leaving the room. I let out the breath I had been holding as soon as he's gone. The feeling of Meredith still permeates my senses. The dream about her had been so real, so potent. I could almost taste the sweetness of her lips on mine and feel the soft curves that fit so neatly into my palm. A jolt of pleasure tingles in between my legs. My manhood is ready and standing to attention before I am. No doubt everything had been quite obvious to the patrol officer who had awoken me. I'm not in the least embarrassed. Having lived amongst soldiers my whole life, I know that there is very little privacy to the lifestyle. My patrol has probably seen me use my member as much as my sword over the span of time I've been amongst them. Nevertheless, I can't go out there member first. Considering the situation, it would be wildly inappropriate to appear too excited about it. I make my way over to the washroom. I cup icy cold water that runs from the faucets into the palms of my hand before washing it over my face. The chill is biting. I take another handful of water and splash it between my legs, willing the unmet ache there to fade away. Meredith's face looms before me once again, and it takes everything in me not to take myself in hand and stroke away the pulsing need of her. It takes another 3 handfuls of icy water, but eventually my body calms itself. I dress quickly, donning my weapons against the leather hides of my armor, and make my way outside. The sky is a deep red, smoked with orange. The smell of smoked wood is thick and heavy. As soon as I take a breath, it catches in my lungs. I take note of where the light in the sky emanates the strongest. The patrol guard who woke me comes immediately to my side. Patrol! I bark at him, pausing to buckle the weapons belt that I had thrown on myself in a hurry. I start walking towards the direction of the musky red in the sky, not waiting to see if he follows. Natural or man-made? We're not sure yet, sir. We've concentrated our efforts on dousing the fire. I narrow my eyes. The last 3 days have been gloriously sunny, with not a cloud in sight. Forest fires accompanying a drought are all too common and not at all suspicious. It's very possible that this is simply a natural disaster. On the other hand, anything is possible. My training as a soldier immediately brings a fresh pulse of awareness to my already taut body. I scan everything that appears before me, looking for anything out of the ordinary or unexpected. I've learned over the years you can never be too careful. We round a corner and the full force of the fire comes into sight. Flames lick against the trees nearest the edge of the settlement, fanning into the sky. The heat hits me fully as I round the bend, and I can already feel sweat glistening against my skin. A group of patrol soldiers are passing buckets of water between them in a line until the furthest soldiers can pour the contents over the flames. The effort barely makes a dent in the worst of the flames, but any fire that licks towards the settlement is immediately set upon. They have kept the damage at bay, but it won't be long before the flames take over. As luck would have it, the worst of the fire is not too far from the river. I scan the numbers of the men here, doing some quick calculations in my head, and quickly formulate a plan. I turn to the patrol officer next to me. We need to stop the fire from spreading. I want a handful of men down by the river, securing fresh water. And I want a chain of command. The soldier merely nods, hanging off my every word. Choose a handful of good men and take them to the other side of the river to the east of the settlement. We need to approach this from all sides. Yes, sir, he belts, briskly turning on his heels and leaving to complete my orders. I turn back to the soldiers before me and pick out a young orc. You! I shout. The orc stops mid-throw, a full bucket in his hand. He immediately drops it and comes to my side. Gather up as many human men as possible. We need as many here as we can find to protect the borders of the settlement. I don't care if they're missing both legs. If they've got at least one arm, bring them here. The young orc gives a quick, curt nod before scurrying away. This is the first time I have handpicked him for anything. I know he will want to prove himself, and will make quick work of gathering up more helpers. Then I get stuck in with the others, picking up the dropped bucket left by the young soldier and joining my men in dousing the flames. The heat is intense, and up this close, the smoke is as thick as tar. Some of the soldiers have dipped their garments in the water to then wrap around their noses and mouths. I do the same. It stops the worst of the smoke from reaching my lungs, but my eyes are burning and angry. We work like this for what feels like hours, passing buckets of water along the patrol line from the river to the edge of the settlement. Back and forth we keep going, the sweat glistening off the burly muscles of the orcs as they heave the water uphill. I've placed myself nearest to the worst of the fire. My arms and hands are already streaked with black soot. My eyes continue to water against the smoke and the heat, but I don't stop until glowing embers start to replace the crackle of flames. "Commander!" comes a voice from behind me. I turn to see my second in command. "Step back, sir. We can take it from here. Your coughing is getting worse." I look back at the fire. The worst of the flames are indeed gone. I can see the patrol now has the upper hand. Most of the active flames have been put out, and the acrid stench of burnt, black trees stifles the air. He's right. The worst is over. I hand him the bucket, reluctantly, turning away to cough in the crook of my arm. "Meredith, the fire has avoided the settlement for the most part, but a niggling part of me needs to see her, needs to know she's safe." I stumble back in the direction of her house, my eyes blurry from the smoke. Eliz and her other housemates are standing on the porch, watching the spectacle. Meredith isn't among them. "Where's Meredith?" I shout, my voice hoarse. Eliz gives a nasty grin and merely shrugs. My heart lurches towards my chest. I turn around wildly, trying to imagine where she might go. But the pounding in my ears tells me I already know.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 22. Meredith. The smoke is rolling into the sky on the north end of the base, making it difficult to focus on the harvest. I think I can hear orc voices bellowing orders, though I figure I'm too far away to tell. Is Naar out there, battling the flames too? It has been hours and they haven't managed to control them yet. I worry for them, and for everyone in the base. Wouldn't it be just my luck to finally find a place called home before it's burned to the ground? I can't even dismiss the dark thought with a laugh. If the wind shifts even 10 degrees, it could become a reality. I'm so distracted that when an older human male approaches me, I don't notice until he's clearing his throat. Meredith, right? I shake my head to clear my thoughts. Sorry, yes? He's generously sized, with pants that don't seem to quite cling to the swell of his belly. He keeps hoisting them up, as if he's never thought to get them fitted to his wide figure. I don't recognise him, though I'm not surprised. There are so many faces among the Burning Sun clan. I've yet to meet them all. This man has sweat beading on his brow, as if he's been labouring, though he doesn't look much like a labourer. The other harvesters have moved on to another part of the field, leaving us well out of earshot. I don't like how the stranger's eyes flit to the others, or how he throws his greasy, thin hair back with a pudgy hand. I need your help. His request hits wrong. I stop pulling out radishes and stand, clapping the dirt off my hands. Maybe his request has something to do with the fires. At least then, the sweat on his brow would make sense. What's wrong? Did someone send for me? No, he says too quickly. Before the fire, a hunting party was interrupted. They had to abandon their haul in the woods, some distance from here. I was hoping you'd help me bring them back. I shoot him a funny look. What about the other orcs? I'm sure they can spare one of their own. My reasoning sounds sensible to my ears. Despite the crisis, there are hands to spare. Why would they send 2 humans to do one orc's work? He shakes his head with some urgency. They can't come because they're stuck on the other side of the fires, and the remaining orcs are trying to maintain order until the crisis is averted. I scrunch my nose at his thin logic. Well, you'll just have to get someone else. We're trying to get the harvest in before it spoils. It won't take long, he interrupts, his tone insistent, almost pleading. And there's not much. I'll be able to carry most of it if I get some help. My stranger danger senses turn on full force. Now that I think about it, I would have noticed him in a crowd at some point. He's one of those people you don't easily miss. I purse my lips. Give me a minute. I don't know what he's up to, but I'd rather hedge my bets. If he's telling the truth, I have nothing to worry about. But just in case... I jog over to the others, keeping my voice confidential. I can feel the press of the stranger's gaze at my back, and I'm glad to be back among friendly faces. Hey Nancy, Amy, I call, acting as casual as I can manage. They join me. What's going on? Nancy asks, catching my arm endearingly. I tilt my head in the direction of the stranger. I've been asked to help outside the base, and I just wanted you guys to be my witnesses. Their glances slide to the big man. Amy's eyes narrow slightly. Do we need to call for the guard? No, I say quickly. But if I don't come back after an hour, that's the guy. Nancy leans in, her gaze troubled. You're sure you're okay? Yeah, I say, my voice thin with uncertainty. I can handle myself. I think, I finish internally, a chill gripping me. I should be back in a few. They shoot me looks of concern as I break away. I'll be all right, I tell myself. What's he going to do, sweat on me? Still, I look him over, noticing how his fingers won't stop moving and clenching. I keep several feet between us and throw a hand out. Okay, where to? He flashes a smile that doesn't stick. This way. As he leads us to the gates, I focus on the line of sweat down the back of his shirt. The scent coming off him is also unpleasant, and I try to walk upwind of him. I don't understand, I say slowly. If it was so little, Why didn't the orcs bring it back themselves? Who knows? He responds. They're not exactly the cleverest creatures. I think of Naar, and sure, he started out rough, but he's expressed the incredible capacity for growth in our short acquaintance. I have to disagree with the man's sentiment. I keep it to myself, though, because I don't know the first thing about the stranger. We reach the gate, and the orc guards look us over. What's your business? It's the stranger's turn to talk. Under the scrutiny of the orcs, however, the sweat line in his shirt spreads a little further down his back. The hunters asked me to gather up their haul. One of the guards looks at me. Hey, aren't you the one Naar was pestering? I can't help the heat that comes over me. We've, come to an understanding. What else can I say? Our relationship is too new to be gossip. Water under the bridge. The guards glance at one another, and one speaks up. There aren't enough of us to provide an escort. Maybe you should wait until the fires are out. We're running out of time, says the big man. It's small game, and it will spoil in the sun. There's some deliberation between the two. Then the leader shrugs. Hurry back. The stranger issues a relieved grin. We will. I follow through into the wide woods, unaffected by the fires further north. Once the gates close behind us, I get a sinking feeling in my gut. If something happens, at least I have several people that can attest to my disappearance, and a culprit. But when the woods envelop us, I realise this place is more isolated than I first anticipated. I have a feeling I could outrun him, and still, the hairs on the back of my neck rise with leeching dread. How much further? There's a hesitancy in his voice. Just a bit. We're almost there. Okay, I shoot back. But where is there? For that, he has no answer. I'm certain something's up now, and stop dead in my tracks. Listen, I'm not going any further until you tell me exactly where we're going. The big man stops too, but he doesn't turn around. I think he's going to explode with rage. I guess I've been around orcs too long, because when he finally does pivot, he's sweating bullets and chewing on his fat lower lip. I'm sorry. Before I can read into his apology, many hands grab me from behind, verifying my worst fears. I'm staring at the big man with furious accusation. He seems to shrivel under my scrutiny, glancing at the assailants as I try to get a good look at them. But there are too many, and they hold me tight. A filthy gag is shoved into my mouth, and a hot breath hisses, "You're already here."
Chapter 23. Naar. Heavy smoke still hangs in the air. Meredith should be harvesting vegetables with the others, but no one answers as I call her name. Did she try to help put out the fire? Has she been hurt? Meredith! A woman approaches me. I recognize her as one of Meredith's fellow workers, but I don't know her name. Her brow is creased, and her knuckles are white as they twist at the top of her wicker basket. "She's been gone for 20 minutes, she says. Give or take." I frown. What does that mean, gone? Where the hell would she go? I didn't trust him, not one bit. She didn't either, but you know how she is. I'm rapidly losing patience. Who? Huge guy, round gut, human. Ran up here claiming he had to bring in the animals y'all killed during the hunt this morning before the fire got to them, or they spoiled. She told me to go to the guards if she didn't make it back in an hour, but if I'm being honest, I think you should go after her now. I didn't like the look of him. Had real weasel eyes on him. I don't like any of this. I rushed to the guards at the main gate. They're still frazzled from the fire, and orcs and humans both rush in and out of the gate, bringing in fresh game meat and bringing out medical supplies to help the injured. "Did you see Meredith?" I demand. "Blonde hair? About this tall?" One of them attends to an injured orc, but the other nods at me. "She ought to be coming back soon. Most of the hunt's already been brought in. Maybe the other guy ate it." They both snort in amusement, but my blood runs cold. If everyone else has already arrived, What could be taking her so long? The game was left only a stone throw's distance from the main gate. I pull out my sword with a vicious curse, and the orc steps back, confused. Is something wrong? Everything is wrong. A few of the orcs lingering by the gate follow me out into the woods without a word. Our bond has grown throughout our various battles, and I'm relieved to have them at my side. Something tells me I'll need them. The grass has grown tall, and there's a fresh path of trampled undergrowth leading towards a meadow not far from the river. Sure enough, as the trees begin to thicken, a bruised human groans on the ground. Blood pours from his nose, making him snuffle like a pig. His ample belly trembles as he cries out for us to help him, but all of my focus narrows to the small flag left on his hand. Someone has tied it around his wrists to bind them. I know that flag. My blood is ice in my veins. They have Meredith. I know that flag well, black as a nightmare with a white, grinning orcish skull in the left corner. I have fought many battles beneath its bloody banner. Naar? One of my comrades approaches me cautiously. My face must show my rage. What does the cloth mean? It's a rebel flag, and it's decorating a traitor. The large man denies it vigorously. Blood flies from his face as he frantically shakes his head. No, look at me. His breath wheezes out of his lungs. They attacked us both. They stole the girl. I swear it. I had nothing to do with this. A few of the orcs look sympathetic, but my heart remains stone. There have been far too many coincidences for my liking today. How fortunate for them, then, that you led her directly to kidnappers lurking in the woods for no reason. I ignore his incessant protests and turn to another orc. Bring him back to our base for questioning. No, please, I didn't... The man trails off as an orc hauls him over his shoulder like a stuffed sack, and several gold coins fall from his pocket. I pick up a coin and run my thumb along the eagle etched on the front. I was there when Loki ordered coins minted, and they are to be used for trade with other bases. Our blacksmiths have not even begun to make them in any great quantity. How could he have coins already? And our coins are to have a burning sun on the front, not this winged creature. He must have gotten them from the rebels as payment for betraying Meredith. The orcs accompanying me scowl at the coins, and the orc holding him drops him to the ground hard. Ah! It's a long way back to base, the orc says. I'll need to save my strength. Reham, can you help me? Reham nods with a violent glint in his eye. Of course. They take turns dragging him back to base, uncaring what stones or fallen logs they find in their path. The human screams echo behind them, but I find no solace in it. The trampled grass continues, and we follow the path further into the woods until we reach a cave. The tracks stop, and I hold my machete in front of me. Hide. I keep my voice low only for my comrades. You can't be serious, one of them scoffs. His lips peel back to reveal sharp, pointed teeth in a savage smile. We are ready for any fight. Stay ready, I say, and stay hidden. This is my fight, and I want them to believe I've come alone. Understanding softens their stance, but my friends still grumble as they retreat into the bushes nearby. Orcs are not given to strategy, but strength. If my former rebel group waits inside, I will need both. I try to keep my footsteps light as I enter the mouth of the cave, but the attempt is useless. I weigh far too much, and my steps thunder across the cavern, drowning out the soft fall of groundwater and the chittering of underground rats. It's just as well. As my eyes adjust to the dim light, I see Meredith. Her screams are muffled by a rag tied across her mouth, and she topples over when she attempts to move. Her limbs are bound by rope. So nice of you to finally join us, Naar. I know that voice too well. I would have died for it not too long ago. Now I may be the reason he meets his end. Ogthar? He was my brother in arms before, and it's difficult to believe that he's now my enemy. Let the woman go. Ogthar purses his lips and tilts his head to the side as if he's considering it. Nah, don't think I will. Now, have you come to join us, or die? Join you? How I'd looked up to Ogthar and our commander when I was young. I truly believed that with them I could be free. You live like rats in a sewer, and you have just as much honor. Tell me, is this the freedom you envisioned? Stealing human women and hiding away in caves? Honor! Ogthar spits. You betrayed us! You swore you would fight for freedom, and here you are, fat and happy, locked away like an animal in a base. Tell me, can you take a dump if your chieftain forbids it? Do you have to ask him for permission before you leave the fence he's built around you? Do you really think you're any more free than us, just because he lets you out a few times a month to bleed for him, fighting his battles? My former brethren flank Ogthar. Their curses ricochet against the glistening cave walls, but I ignore them and look at Meredith. Her blue eyes are wide with fear. At least I fight for more than gold. I flick my eyes back to Ogthar. Can you say the same? There is silence, and then the quiet whispers of metal as the orcs unsheathe their weapons and raise them aloft. With a deafening war cry, they attack. Chapter 24. Naar. I hold out my hands in front of me, palms up and facing towards the rebels. I beseech them with my eyes, with my whole body, to reconsider their actions. But I can already see it in their panicked, jerky movements and the way they jump out of their skin at every small sound. They are going to die here. This is a huge mistake, I tell them, making sure not to startle them with any quick movement. None of you had any plan beyond getting to this cave, did you? I don't need to hear their answers. I know how the rebel forces organize themselves. I know that their recruits are so scattered and out of control that they couldn't organize fish to swim upstream. I could also see it in their faces and the worried looks that passed between them. Most likely that had been so focused on getting a hold of Meredith, so eager to snare her, that they hadn't noticed the bear coming up behind them as they set their rabbit trap. And now it is too late. They have Meredith, have almost succeeded in kidnapping her from the settlement, and then doing gods know what else with her. The look of her startled and frightened eyes staring up at me punches the air from my lungs. The sudden sweep of emotion takes me by surprise, but I don't have time to linger on it. I have to get her somewhere safe, and they have to pay. Guards! I shout, my low voice rumbling an echoey warning through the cave. The rebel faces up until this point have been foolishly arrogant, full of stupid pride at their success in swiping Meredith from under our noses. But as the length of the shadows lengthen along the cave wall from the orcs behind me, making their way to my side, I watch their skin turn a sickly shade, fear radiating off of them in waves. I have the rest of the Burning Sun clan guards at my back. The rebel numbers are superior to ours, but I know firsthand that they are not nearly as well organized in their attacks, or as well trained. Some of them are clearly beyond redemption, their eyes flashing with malevolence when they bare their teeth. Others are clearly in the wrong place at the wrong time, their youth and inexperience having led them into bad company. I take a big sigh, focusing my gaze on the orcs that might be capable of redemption. You don't have to do this, I tell them, hoping they catch the sincerity in my voice that is genuine. I was like you once. Put down your weapons and come calmly, and there will be no need for bloodshed here. The Burning Sun clan would welcome you. Lies, comes a cry from the back of the cave. It sends a wave of unease through the group of rebels. Meredith lets out a squeal when the orc holding her squeezes her around her waist too tightly. I force myself to stay calm, even though I can see he is clearly enjoying the feel of her body under his rough palms. I grit my teeth and push down my temper. It is not lies, I tell them. I'm living proof of that. I stand before you a free orc. No one forced me to be here and fight with the Burning Sun clan. How many of you can say the same? Again, ripples of doubt and unease sweep through the rebel orcs. I almost dare to hope that my words may affect them, and may sway them to lower their weapons. That hope is dashed in the blink of an eye. The orc holding Meredith places a hand firmly to her chest, squeezing the softness of her with a rough grip that makes her wince. We've got what you want, says the orc, his fingers twisting over the bud on her chest. She lets out a little whimper. "We are the ones in control here, not you!" He spits back at me. He takes a handful of her hair, bringing it to his nose, and breathes in deep. A low chuckle escapes his throat in a gravelly husk when she struggles against him. She's a pretty thing. I'm going to have fun screwing the wits out of this one. I've stopped listening. The minute he had laid his hand on her, I had already decided he was dead. I raised my sword, all pity and remorse for what my previous brothers-in-arms had become completely gone. There will be no mercy shown here. "Guards, ready your weapons!" I shout, my hand clutching at the hilt of my own sword, which I brandish with a flourish. The orcs behind me move as one, the swift curve of their movement sending air whooshing in my direction, the stray hairs around my face brushing over my eyes. I keep my sight fixed on the orc holding Meredith, a predator narrowing in on its prey. "Attack!" The moment my command is issued, the trained orcs at my back sweep into the cave in single file. They move as one, making sure to scout the soldier to their left and attack from the right. The rebels scramble at the onslaught. They fumble with their weapons, some of the younger orcs dropping their swords with shaking fingers as they bend over to retrieve them. The older orcs behind them thrash forward, launching into the melee. The two sides meet in a clash of ringing steel and cries of fury. I stay back for the moment, prowling up and down the line. The rebel orcs parry the guard in a scurry of vicious attacks that, although untrained, outnumber our own. A few try skirting the edge of the fighting, clearly intending to flank us. "Keep the line!" I shout, my voice in the cave rumbling like thunder. "Give them nothing!" At my signal, the soldiers fall back, lowering enough so that the orcs behind them can send a volley of spears into the jostling crowd of rebels. Cries of pain and anguish pierce the air as my guards snap back into position. "Hold your ground!" I command from the rear. It soon becomes clear that the rebels in the cave have fought themselves into a corner. In a desperate attempt to escape the fate that awaits them, some resort to attacking their own fighters, using the bodies to shield themselves to push their way out to freedom. I look on with disgust at the sheer cowardice of their behavior. But not for long. I watch as one by one the rebels are struck down where they stand. The orcs at my command merely step over the piles of corpses left in their wake as they press forward to meet the next wave of rebels. And then it is time. "Clear a line!" I shout. I take a deep breath, keeping my muscles loose and easy. Exchanging my sword for a bow, I notch an arrow into the string, planting my legs firmly on either side. I look down the length of the wood in my fingertips, all the way to the jagged iron tip, until all I see on the other end is my victim. I don't normally fight like this, but I can't risk hitting Meredith with a sword or axe. "Clear!" The soldiers before me part to the sides. My arrow releases with a swift rush. Before it has even left my fingers, I know that it has found its mark. The orc holding Meredith lets out a muffled groan of surprise as his body collapses in on itself, crumpling to the floor. An arrow protrudes from the dead center of his left eye. Meredith runs to me, and all I can see is her. My soldiers make quick work of the other orcs. Nobody else reaches out for her. Nobody else dares come between us. I sweep her up in my arms, clasping at her as if she is the ledge keeping me from plummeting into an abyss. I pull the rag from her mouth, and then do what seems to come naturally. I kiss her long and deep, my lips pressed up against hers, breathing her in and feeling as though it will never be enough. The sounds of death continue to swell around us as the first buds of something new and fragile bloom in my chest. For this brief moment, it is only me and Meredith in the cave, coming to life in each other's arms.
Chapter 25. Meredith. Our lips break apart only when we can no longer draw breath. I look up into his eyes, my heart beating wildly against my ribs, my chest heaving against the rise and fall of his own. We are locked together, lost in each other's embrace. It cannot last. Not while the sounds of death and dying surround us in the cave. A steely determination crosses over Naar's face as he picks me up in his arms. he turns back to his second in command. "No rebel leaves this cave alive," he instructs, his voice betraying no emotion. The soldier merely nods, his lips pressed in a thin line, and then we are gone. Naar crosses the ground in large strides as we emerge into sunlight that now crests the sky. I look over my shoulder, immediately wishing I hadn't. A sword pierces the belly of a rebel, trying to crawl his way to the entrance. His face creases in pain and disbelief. I press my face into Naar's neck, looking away from the cruelty they have brought upon themselves. Naar walks past residents and patrol soldiers alike, not stopping for any questions directed at him and ignoring the looks of curiosity in my direction. He walks past fields that in the darkest moments of my capture I had believed I would never see again. The green shoots that strain towards the sky have never looked greener. The sun shines on humans and orcs alike, rays of blessing raining down on everything I have previously taken for granted. Not even for Loki, the chieftain, does Naar stop in his tracks. I watch the look of surprise and confusion on the orc's face as we waltz past him, straight towards Naar's dwelling. I'm sure I could walk without any problems, but Naar holds me tightly as we make our way through the front door. We pass through the living room and head straight to a bedroom that I can only assume is Naar's. It's sparsely furnished, but I glimpse some of his breeches draped over a chair in the corner. He lays me down on the bed as if I might break at any moment, concern etched into every crease of his face. "Naar," I begin, trying to sit up straight. "You're safe, Meredith. I promise, you're safe here with me." I smile. I know. And I do. I reach out to clasp his hand in mine. I promise I'm okay. I just need some water. I try to rise from the bed. My legs shake underneath me and the room spins around, the floor threatening the shift under my feet. I stumble against Naar, whose arms reach around to clasp me tightly. Maybe I am more shaken by the whole ordeal than I realize. He shakes his head, his mouth pressed into a tight line as he gently pushes me back down on the bed. "Rest, Meredith." He takes his forefinger and middle finger, grazing them softly over my eyelids. His touch is soothing and softens the muscles in my bunched shoulders. "I'll get your water," he tells me, his fingers now in my hair, caressing the strands. "Just rest." I smile under his touch. I feel his fingers slip away and I want to protest, but my eyelids are so heavy. I want to reach out for him, but my senses slip into a deep and heavy sleep, my limbs sinking into the soft pillow. At some point, my eyelids flutter when I feel the weight shift on the bed as somebody lays at my side. A hand strokes against my forehead, and I am once again lulled into sleep. My dreams are filled with the violent spurting of blood against the stone walls of the cave. Their shadows ripple in agony against the grey surface, contorting in agony. My eyes open with a start. For a moment I forget where I am, and then the events of the night before come tumbling back from the abyss, sending renewed shivers down my spine. One look out the window tells me it is night time. How long have I slept? I have no idea. "Meredith." Naar's concern rolls through me. I turn to face him on the bed. His eyes are wide, reflected by the moonlight that seeps into the room. He cups one hand against my cheek, searching my eyes with his own. "You're safe. I'm with you. Everything is okay." And then, for some inexplicable reason, I weep. I let the tears tumble from my body in great racking sobs. All of the worry and the fear and the regrets seem to unleash themselves from somewhere deep inside that I have no hope of stopping. Naar lets me cry against him. Not once does he try to curb my tears or diminish my pain. It's as though he understands that there is no cure for whatever is working its way out of my body. I simply have to just let it happen. After some time, I look up to face him, his face blurry through the tears that cling to my eyelashes. His smile is soft and comforting. "As much as I hate to see you in pain, you're beautiful when you cry," he tells me, wiping a tear from my cheek. There has never been a time when I have thought you to be anything but the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. A cry catches in my throat, but this time for a completely different reason. Without thinking, I reach up my lips, searching for his. I want to taste him, feel him against me as he had done in the cave. His body instinctively responds to me. I can feel it in the bunched muscles of his shoulders and the way his arm tightens around me, which is why I'm surprised when he pulls away. "What is it?" I ask, my heart plummeting with dread. "Is this not what you want?" I ask, fearing the answer. He only looks at me with a flicker of concern. "Are you sure this is what you want, Meredith?" he asks, his gaze searching mine. "You're hurt and confused. We can wait until you feel better. I will wait as long as I need to." His words send a fiery heat that brims up in my heart and a swelling ache between my legs. There is so much more to this orc than meets the eye. I reach forward, bringing his face closer to mine. "Please, Naar," I say, my forehead pressing into his and squinting my eyes. "I need you more than anything else right now. I am more than ready."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 26. Meredith. Birds sing outside Naar's window, and the sun is beginning to rise. Normally, this is the time I would be waking to start my morning duties, but I lack any sense of urgency today. I press my face against the pillow and sigh. I'm relaxed and sated after the first worry-free night of my life. Not that I slept much. Memories of last night bring a smile to my face and a flush to my cheeks. I'd known our chemistry was strong after that first kiss, but I'd never imagined anything like this. It was as if our bodies became one, as though he could sense exactly what my body craved. "Good morning." Naar presses his nose against my neck and leaves a trail of soft kisses until he reaches my bare shoulder. His stubble-lined jaw tickles my tender skin, and I shiver. I could get used to waking up like this. Could you? From the press of his pelvis against my hip, I can tell that he's very awake. His soft kisses grow hungrier, harder, and an answering heat curls in my abdomen. "Yes, why? Are you still tired? Need more rest?"
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I melt into the bed, Naar beside me. Did I hurt you? If I had the energy, I'd laugh. No, I breathe. Quite the opposite. I didn't mean to lose control like that, not with you sore from last night. I wanted you to. I told you I wanted you to. His cheek is warm beneath my hand, and he ducks a kiss against my palm. My heart twists. I trust you. I trust you too. Naar's lips quirk. Who would have thought with the way we started out? You attack a guy from a tree one time, I tease. You accuse a girl of treason. He teases back. His smile fades, and my own slips from my face. Meredith, I'm not good with words. That's okay. You have other talents. He doesn't smile back at my joke, and my nerves begin to stir. Is something wrong? I want you to be my mate. His eyes are large and beseeching. You are my mate, in every way that matters, but I want to make it official. I want everyone on this base to know that you're mine. My heart stops beating for a second. Meredith? I shake my head, overcome with emotion, and his hopeful expression begins to melt away. Panic jackknifes through my chest. I don't want him to think for even a second that I don't want him. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. Yes, I choke out. Yes, of course. Naar's face stills for a moment before stretching into a wide, joyous grin. I've never seen him this happy before. He pulls me in for a long, lingering kiss. Do you mean it? More than I've meant anything in my life. I kiss him again. A lifetime of hopes and dreams spool out in a vivid daydream. Mornings like this, lazy and loving. Nights like before, wild and thrilling. Children running around underfoot, brave and loved. A future. Conversations begin to hum outside as the base stirs to life, and I know that we should probably shower and get on with the day. But his arms are strong and warm against me, and his kisses lull me back to a lazy daze. There will be time for the rest of the world later. I wrap my arms around Naar's neck and pull him close. For now, there's only us.
Chapter 27. Naar. Something inside me had shifted following the attempted abduction of Meredith. Time has become far too valuable to take for granted any longer. Every moment with Meredith has become a gift, an all too fragile blessing with no guarantees of lasting beyond tomorrow. Each morning as I get to wake up to see her beautiful blue eyes, still thick with dusky sleep staring up at me, I know that for whatever reason the gods have decided to bless me with another day in her warm presence. That is why I can't wait any longer. I don't want to wait any longer than I have to make her mine. There's no guarantee that we will get to enjoy each other until the end of our days. Meredith, more than anyone else I know, understands the fleeting nature of keeping loved ones close. She still sometimes calls out her parents' names in her sleep. Some nights, it's her brothers. As much as I wish that I could take away the nightmares that haunt her, I have assigned myself to the next best thing. I've made a promise to myself and her that I will always be there when the nightmares find her. I will always be there to wipe away her tears and hold her close until the darkness gives way to the bright beams of light that come with the morning sun. I will promise all that and more today. 2 weeks. It has only been 2 weeks since I had swept her out of the cave and realized that I couldn't bear leaving her side ever again. 2 weeks was more than long enough. Today, I can breathe easier, knowing that we can finally come together in the mating ceremony that will bind us together forever. Nothing less will ever satiate my need for her. Nothing else will give me relief from the desperate need I have to protect her. Now and always, Meredith has decided that she wants the ceremony in the place where that has always brought her the most peace in the Burning Sun clan. Mostly everyone raised their eyebrows in a silent question when we told them. But I don't care what they think. What matters most to me is that Meredith has the day that she deserves. And if that is in a field where she once toiled the soil, then that is what she's going to get. I shift nervously from side to side, noting that the softness of the ground under my feet is somehow grounding and comforting. I smile, remembering the time I had followed Meredith back to this very place, armed to the teeth with sheathed weapons and a large bundle of skins and meat that had scared the wits out of her and the other humans tending the field. And now we were to have a mating ceremony in the very same place. A small, wry smile of amusement tugs at my mouth more insistently. Since then, Meredith has accepted all of the meat and skins that I can possibly offer. That, and then some. "I think she's arrived," whispers Chieftain Loki, standing next to me and causing me to snap out of my musings on the past. A short distance away, Meredith stills, a trailing wreath of flowers flowing from her hands as she prepares to walk towards me. My eyes widen, and my mouth opens in shock and awe. I had thought that Meredith could not possibly become any more beautiful than she is every day I get to look upon her. Apparently, I was wrong. The woman standing before is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. The simple white gown trailing in the wind behind her makes her look almost ethereal. She's barefoot, little garlands of daisy flowers wrapped around her ankles, and her eyes glisten with unshed tears of happiness as she makes her way closer to me with every step. And that is the most stunning thing of all. Knowing that I am the orc that has brought her so much joy in this moment makes my heart swell with dizzying amounts of pride and tenderness. Her long blonde hair, one of the first things I had ever noticed about her, trails lightly in the breeze behind her. Little wild flowers also adorn her hair here and there amongst the braids woven into her locks. Her blue eyes sparkle with mirth and fulfillment. I wonder if Meredith can see the same joy reflected in my own. Her smile as she stands before me is like the clearest ray of sunshine after a summer shower. It quite nearly takes my breath away. Neither of us say anything. We don't have to. We simply take each other's hands, reveling in the feeling of unity that will follow us for the rest of our days. The ceremony is a modest affair, but filled with all of the things Meredith and I could ever want. Her laughter ripples on the breeze as we make our final vows, the cries and cheers of humans and orcs, alike cresting up into the sky in a wave of congratulations. As we walk back through the press of friends, soldiers, family, and mentors, it occurs to me that this couldn't have happened without all of their wavering support. It couldn't have happened without the unending spirit of progress and compassion exemplified by the Burning Sun clan. I look over at Chieftain Loki, watching him cheer for us, celebrating us and everything we represent. What is that exactly? My eyes scan over the crowd. The human woman that I was introduced to not long before, called Macy, is linked arm in arm with her mate, Iggy. The orc wears a knowing smile, one of his hands resting against the small of his mate's back as he watches us pass. Others start to snag my attention, one after the other, as I realize that orcs and humans alike hold hands and share lives together. All because of what this clan has fought for. I watch as Iggy and Macy's son, Karen, runs around playfully on the fringes of the festivities, laughing with the other children. He will never know the pain and suffering that his parents had to endure simply so they could be together. He will never know the agony of being cast aside simply because he was born half-human. He will grow up not knowing why the difference between human and orc mattered to the ones that came before him. I clasp Meredith's hands tightly in my own as a tight knot bobs up in my throat. Together we represent so much more than lasting peace in a fractured and volatile world. I haven't really thought about it before now, but the idea that Meredith might one day carry my child, that she and I together will help bring a new age for the future of the clan, makes my breath catch in my chest. I look down at her, waving sweetly to all of those who came today with a serene, delicate smile. My stomach flips pleasantly at imagining her full to bursting with child. The thought of her carrying my child, of giving me the gift of a son or daughter, is enough to make me want to lay her down in the soil, right here, right now, and start the pleasant task of consummating our mating ceremony with gusto. Instead, I shift my arm, draping it around her waist, and allow myself to drink her in, to commit the way she looks right now to memory, where it will burn forever. I smile even wider when I remind myself that forever is a long time, and this is only the beginning. Chapter 28. Naar. Sounds of merriment and dancing drift on the night air. I close the door to our dwelling, and the sounds of laughter die instantly. The quiet is welcoming and cool following the raucous fun of the wedding party. Meredith stands before me, her face angled up towards mine. I can see in her eyes that she is completely open with me, ready to be laid bare beneath my fingers and enjoy the sensations that only I can bring her. The long, firm limbs of her beautiful body are pressed against the silky white fabric. I've been trying to catch glimpses of her as she moves in the dress all day, wondering and imagining what lies beneath. I run a finger down the smooth fabric at her front, stopping when I reach the mound of her pert chest. Her breath catches lightly in her throat. I don't have to imagine any longer. I take her hand, her small fingers grasping my own. I don't say anything as I lead her through the dwelling and into the bedroom. When I open the door, a small smile plays about Meredith's mouth. Somebody has already been in here. Strewn rose petals decorate the entire bed and are scattered over the floor underneath our feet. In the corner, on a small table, stands a little platter of delicate meats and slices of creamy cheese that I know Meredith favors. A bottle of perfectly aged wine stands ready for us, along with 2 fluted glasses. Meredith turns to me, her eyes twinkling. "Did you arrange this?" she asks, the corners of her mouth curling up. I give a little shrug. In truth, I had gone to great lengths to ensure that today would go perfectly, that everything that Meredith could possibly want would be right here waiting for her. Of course, I don't tell her that. All I need from her is her happiness and her beautiful smile that could brighten the darkest night. A small bud of pride and relief blooms in my chest when I see her approval. I release her hand momentarily to walk over to the wine, picking it up and turning back to her. "Would you like a glass?" I ask, watching every micro-expression on her face to anticipate her needs. There are strawberries here as well to complement the taste of the wine. My mouth teases into a grin. Or so I'm told. Meredith walks silently up to the table, taking in the food. The wine before her eyes peel away from the options there and come to travel up the length of my body. Wherever her eyes linger, the muscles there instinctively spasm in response. She really has no idea the effect she has on me. Watching her drink me in sends shivers coursing through my body. Everything inside of me is strung taut like an arrow notched in a bow, waiting for the release that only she can give me. "No," she says, shaking her head lightly. My stomach stumbles over itself unpleasantly. "No?" I ask, not sure I've understood. I look back to the food with a frown. "Do you not like this food? Do you want something else, Meredith?" "Yes." My stomach plummets even further. Even something as small as providing her the food she wants brings the potential of feeling like I have failed her. I sigh. "Tell me what you want, my love. Whatever it is, I'll get it for you." Her eyes glimmer with mischief. She stands on her tiptoes, barely able to reach my ear, where she whispers 3 gloriously decadent words. "I want you," she purrs, pulling away slightly so that we're now face to face, our lips so close that the slightest movement will cause them to brush against each other. I gulp audibly. The small, tantalizing little pants she emits brush against my cheeks and tightens the coil of tension in my lower belly. Her next words are my undoing. "Take me." A low grumble, raw and full of needs, rises from my throat. "You never need to beg me, Meredith." I lift her in my arms, my mouth crashing down on hers. Gods, she tastes good. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 29. Meredith. I watch with amusement as Loki sits at the head of the long table, basking in the late afternoon sun. The rest of the clan, including myself and Naar, want to make his birthday a celebration to remember. The clan is prospering beyond anybody's expectations. People's lives are all the better because our chieftain sought to make it happen, and all of us are eternally grateful. Nothing has been overlooked or undervalued. The table is practically groaning under a feast fit for a king. Mary, Loki's mate, comes to his side, a basted chicken marinated in rosemary, herbs and garlic clutched between her hands in a baking dish. She lets it down on the table with a little yelp before snatching her hands back and blowing on her fingers. "That one's hot," she exclaims with a giggle. Their son, Asher, comes to her side, clutching at her skirts with chubby fingers and reaching out to the dish. Loki grabs his hand just in time, which sends the child into a fit of sobs. I glance over at Naar. He watches Loki with his family in earnest, his fingers working on a piece of bread, trying to break it apart, but his mind clearly elsewhere. I follow his gaze and a pang of longing claws at my chest. They do look like a very happy family. Loki is busy trying to comfort his son, despite breaking into fits of laughter at the young boy's tantrum. I smile wistfully. It's a lovely sight to see. Without warning, my belly rolls, lurching whatever food I can keep down back up into my mouth. I steady myself with the edge of the table and take a deep breath. Eventually it passes, and I take one last deep breath before opening my eyes again. Naar's eyes burn into my own like black coals. I stand up quickly, planting a smile on my face and brushing my hands down the front of my apron. Naar worries about me at the best of times. He will certainly overreact to a little virus, which I'm sure is all this is. What else would it be? I shake off the thoughts that usually accompany my familiar worry and try to find something that needs to be done. My eyes scan the rest of the table. There is plum sauce, roasted duck, pheasant, and at least 4 different assortments of mixed vegetable and salad side plates. On the furthest end, nearest to where I am standing, little round cupcakes, glazed with a butter frosting in various vivid colours, are lined up prettily on a delicate cake stand. It all looks mouth-watering and simply delicious. I spin around, hoping that nobody catches me trying to keep my breakfast down. From the corner of my eye, Irish's wife, Camille, is in the middle of placing cutlery and napkins alongside plates when she stops short and stands straighter. "Is everything all right, Meredith?" she asks, her eyes full of concern. I compose myself, turning in her direction and attempt to wave off her concern. "Oh yes, I'm fine," I lie with a tight smile. "It's just a little stomach bug, I think." I lower my voice while inching closer to her. Naar tends to worry so easily. I really want him to relax and enjoy himself today, which he won't if he gets even a whiff of discomfort from me. A knowing smile spreads slowly across her face. "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," she says, her nose twitching in amusement. "Only the other day, Irish got all skittish about me going out to pick herbs just outside the settlement. You know," she states sarcastically, one hand on her hip, "the same thing I have been doing practically my whole life." A voice materializes behind Camille. "Well, don't expect it to get any better. If anything, they only become more cantankerous as time goes on," explains Mary, shaking her head. "As soon as he found out I was pregnant, Loki became impossible." Her head is shaking with frustration, but a small smile plays about her mouth. "It got so bad, he wouldn't even let me pick up a feather, let alone anything else. I mean, look at Carissa." I turn in the direction that Mary is pointing. Carissa, one of the wives of the orcs, is heavily pregnant. She reclines back on a seat with both of her legs propped on a low stool. The minute she reaches forward to try and claim her water, her mate is behind her, pulling her back into the seat with a small tut. "You know, I wouldn't mind some fresh ice for this water," I hear her say from across the table. The orc immediately bolts up from her side, taking the glass with him into the dwelling. As soon as he's out of sight, her face whips around in our direction. She props herself upright, swinging her legs around, and eases herself up off the seat before proceeding to wobble towards us, her cheeks rosy and glowing. "I told you to come and save me over 15 minutes ago," she barks at Mary. I can't help the small giggle that escapes my lips. With her round belly and her wobbled walk, she looks too adorable. "Well, you seem to be handling him fine by yourself," says Mary with a wink and a side smile. "Far be it from me to come between an orc and his unborn child," she jests, throwing her hands in the air in mock defeat. "You act like I'm looking for a death wish." No sooner has Carissa jumped up to come to our side than she now eases herself back down into a chair in front of us, her breaths coming in little huffs of exhaustion. "Has he always been so protective?" I ask her, thinking of how Naar got nervous if I was only gone for 10 minutes. "Well," says Carissa, scratching her chin in thought, "he's always been protective. But this is on a whole different level." She lets out a sigh. "I know he means well, but he's driving me insane. You'll understand when you have your own," she says, as if it's the most obvious statement in the world. I bring myself up short as all of their eyes turn on me. I can feel my cheeks blushing, going a deep shade of red that has nothing to do with the sun. "I don't know," I say, taking a quick glance over at Naar. At some point he's moved to Loki's side, their heads bent close together in what looks like serious conversation. "I don't know if Naar is ready for children yet," I say, fiddling with the sleeve of my tunic. As if he knows I'm talking about him, Naar glances in my direction with a leering smile that makes my stomach curl into pleasant knots. I tear my gaze away, biting down on my bottom lip. Camille lets out a snort. "I'm sorry, is this your first day meeting an orc?" she asks, disbelief soaking her words. Family is one of the most important things to them. Trust me when I say that he will be trying to knock you up left, right, and centre. I turn to Naar once more, who is back in a deep discussion with Loki. Now that I think about it, every time we have made love he insists that I lay against the sheets for at least 15 minutes. He even props up my feet to elevate my ankles. Mary seems to sense my unease. "I'm sure everything will happen in its own good time," she reassures me, rubbing my upper arm soothingly. "You can't rush these things. It will happen when it happens." "And if you get impatient," chimes in Carissa, pointing to her belly, "come and visit me to appreciate what you're not missing." We break into fits of giggles which only grow louder when Carissa's mate emerges with the ice, telling her off in a stern tone from across the garden. She rolls her eyes, giving us a little wave before making her way back to her reclined seat. I laugh with them, and for a brief moment I forget the troubles and anxiety that sometimes gnaw at my stomach. My belly rumbles and lurches again. Is Naar truly eager for children? The next time I look at him, his face is open and easy to read. The yearning in his eyes is all too plain as he watches me place a hand on my belly to calm the churning sensation. I allow Mary's words to soothe me. When I smile at Naar, his returning grin is drenched in devotion and love. And that's when I take a deep breath and remind myself that everything will be fine. I pick up a cupcake, suddenly ravenous.
Chapter 30. Naar. The sound of Meredith retching in the other room is what wakes me from an otherwise deep sleep. I open my eyes to a dark room, my eyes still blurry and full of sleep. What time is it? A quick look outside the window tells me that it is still very much the middle of the night. Meredith's coughs and groans immediately grab my attention. I sit up straight in the bed, keening my ears for any more sounds that come from the bathroom. "Meredith," I call, my eyebrows pinched in a frown. She's obviously sick, but I can't think what might have caused it. I always made sure her meat was well cooked, and there is currently no sickness spreading through the camp that I can think of. No answer. More sounds of vomiting drift from the room. I slip my feet from the bed, ready and alert. Now I'm getting worried. I make my way to the door, knocking gently. "Meredith," I call again, concern lacing the tone of my voice. "Is everything okay?" A quick sound of rushing water, muffled by the closed door, is the only sound to greet me. The fact that she isn't answering is making me agitated and angsty. I hesitate, wondering whether I should let myself in before deciding that her safety overrides her privacy at this moment. Part of me is unsurprised to find her splayed out on the floor, a bowl between her hands and her legs crossed in front of her. What does surprise me is the small smile that starts to curve up when she sees me enter the room. "I'm sorry," she says in a small voice, still gravelly from the vomiting. "Did I wake you?" The sheepish look on her face makes me want to wrap her up in a blanket and squeeze comfort back into her. Instead, I gingerly make my way to her side, sitting down next to her. I try to wipe away some of the damp strands that are plastered to her forehead. I shake my head at her with a tired smile. "I'm glad you did," I say, running my forefinger along the side of her feverish cheek. With a frown, I bring the back of my hand to her forehead. She feels warm. Too warm. "Are you sick?" I ask, leaning forward to check the whites of her eyes. She only gives me another smile as I move my fingers to check her pulse. Her vitals seem fine enough. I look back at her, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Strangely, this only makes her smile even more. Her head drops back against the wall as she emits pretty, soft giggles at my words. "I don't think I'm sick, Naar," she says, her hand coming to clasp mine. She wears an expression of knowing that only heightens my confusion. It's been 3 months since my last bleed. I still have much to learn about humans, but I know enough to feel a prickle of surprise ripple over my skin. Her smile spreads into a grin as she watches me darting glances between her and her belly, slowly coming to an answer that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. I reach out tentatively, placing my palm flat against the small swell of her belly, and feel my eyes grow wide, waiting for her to confirm my suspicions. Meredith nods enthusiastically, tears brimming up in her eyes and making her look even more beautiful in the low lighting of the room. "I wasn't really sure," she says, giving an adorable little sniffle and placing her hand over my own where it still rests on her stomach. "I didn't want to say anything too soon in case I was wrong." When my gaze reaches hers again, her eyes are full of promise and hope. "But I have been feeling this sickness in the early hours, for at least a few weeks now." She takes in a little gulp of air between happy hiccups. "And I think we both know what that means." My mouth opens, ready to rejoice and laugh and celebrate, ready to shout from the rooftops the news that I've been longing to hear ever since our mating ceremony. But nothing comes out. 1,000 thoughts flit through my mind and the implications, all of them too overwhelming to give voice to. I can only look at her, marveling at the fact that this beautiful woman is carrying my baby. Meredith, the light of my life, is going to be the mother of my child. I look more closely at her. Now that it had been pointed out to me, I noticed the glossy sheen of her hair and the widening of her hips. Her chest is more full against the fabric of her tunic. I almost burst out laughing at my own obliviousness. I had assumed that she had become more rounded and plump from contentment and good food. "Naar," she queries, her eyes searching mine with concern. "Please say something." My head snaps up and takes me out of my contemplation. I can see the need for reassurance etched into her face. She must have been so nervous to tell me. I feel the swell of tears blurring my vision as a smile breaks out across my face. I can almost feel the relief emanating from her, thick and flowing. My hand closes around the back of her neck and grips gently, pulling her in close until our foreheads are bent close together. "Thank you," I manage to croak out in a whisper. With my other hand, I start swirling my finger in circles around her navel, not quite believing that something we created together is nestled safely inside of her. Meredith doesn't respond. She simply leans into me and lets me hold her, as if she can feel my need to be close to her, to touch her. At this moment, with both of us holding onto each other on the cold tiles of the bathroom floor, I can't even begin to imagine that life can get any better than this. Nothing in life could possibly be sweeter than holding my mate and my unborn child in my arms, safe and secure. A small thought intrudes on the tranquility between us. There is one thing, the one wish I have, the one other thing I would ask the gods to provide for me, is to keep the dark elves at bay. A fierce jolt of protectiveness runs through me at the thought of them coming anywhere near my family, which they won't. I glance down at Meredith, nestling herself into my arms, and know beyond doubt that whatever darkness may creep into the future, it will not touch Meredith or our child, not while I live and breathe. Meredith's breaths have become deeper and more even. I carry her back to the bed, being careful not to wake her, and slide under the covers beside her. I place a protective hand over her belly and allow my breaths to sink in time with hers. When sleep finally takes me, I know that whatever challenges come our way, we will handle them together. We will handle them as a family.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 31. Brenna Elis sits across from me at the small table, nursing a glass of water between pale fingers and slumped forward in her chair. Heavy bags frame her eyes and her hair sticks up messily at various angles. She's definitely looked better. Ugh, my head is pounding, she croaks, her voice scratched and dry. I'm not even sure I remember how I got home. Do you remember hearing me coming into the house last night? I purse my lips against the questions as I finish making the last of the bitter drink that will ease the worst of her pounding head and nausea. I ring the teaspoon with a tinkle against the side of the cup before turning around and taking a seat opposite her. I push the cup forward into her reluctant hands. She wrinkles her nose at the mixture. That stuff tastes goddamn awful, she whines, bringing it closer towards her for inspection. Yes, well, you've kind of brought that discomfort on yourself, I tell her, without a hint of compassion. And yes, I did hear you come home last night. In fact, I think the whole neighbourhood heard you, Elise. She doesn't say anything to that. Instead, she knocks back the mixture in her hand in one go, her face creased in disgust, before gulping loudly. Racking coughs immediately follow, along with another large sip of water to wash away the taste. Yeah, sorry about that, she says, not sounding remotely apologetic. It was a bit of a wild one. You know how these orcs get. She raises and wriggles her eyebrows at me, playfully with a hint of a smirk. I sit back, crossing my arms over my chest with a disapproving stare. Actually, I don't know how they get, I say. I'm not as well acquainted as you seem to be. She snorts at that. Come on, Brenna. Don't be such a prude. You know as well as I do that sitting around doing nothing here every night isn't going to get you what you want. Don't judge me because you're too afraid to go after what you deserve. Like me, she adds, with a proud smile. I prickle at her words, not willing to delve too deeply into why they have struck a chord with me. And how do you know what I want, Elise? I ask her, my chest rising and falling more rapidly, the only indication that her accusations have hit a nerve. She leans into me conspiratorially, as if what she has to share is some great big secret. Nothing Elise knows or thinks is a secret. You want what everybody else wants, she says with a knowing smile. It's okay. Everybody else feels the same way you do. We all want a big, strong orc to fall madly in love with us and sweep us off our feet. She takes another sip of the water. When she pulls the glass down away from her face, her expression has transformed from one of amusing into something more pinched and sour. I had been so close with that orc, Naar, she says, looking down into the swirling water. Until Meredith got in the way. I'm sure it would be me right now married to Naar if Meredith hadn't stuck her nose in. I wholeheartedly disagree, but I stay quiet. I have seen Meredith and Naar together occasionally, linked arm in arm as they walk through the settlement together. His eyes trail after her like a puppy, with a glint of the wolf protecting her back. I'm not sure that is a level of love and affection that can be conjured after bagging a one-night stand. Although how would I know? I haven't even tried it myself. At least Elise is putting herself out there. At least the orcs know she exists. I think back to the obvious annoyance that Naar had shown towards Elise when she attempted to get between him and Meredith. Whatever Meredith had done to secure his affections, it wasn't anything to do with how she used her body. I shake my head, not allowing Elise's faulty logic to persuade me to do something stupid. I don't think it really works that way, I say, not too harshly. I think Meredith and Naar have a real connection. I think it is more than just sex between them. Elise's derisive snort and amused laughter makes my eyebrows knit together. Please, she drawls. Orcs are all the same. Every single one. They're all looking to get in your pants. She emphasises each word, drawing it out while pointing down between my legs. They are all players, turning them into something more loyal. She lets the words trail off, her eyebrows raised, and lets out a low whistle. I'm still working on the particular logistics of how that works. Well, maybe you should ask Meredith, I say, my own patience starting to fray. She obviously knows something that you don't. Her head snaps in my direction in a scowl. I'd rather die, she sneers, before finishing the water. She stands abruptly, looking at anything but me. I feel a pang of guilt. Elise just wants to be happy. She wants to feel wanted. But for Elise that starts and stops with the orcs wanting her body. Can it not be more than that? I don't want to consider that she might be right. That there really is nothing more between an orc and their mate except a strong physical